Saw it. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular acknowledge our relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Maskwi, and Semiahmoo First Nations. Before I bring the meeting to order, just for council, we are now, for the first time in over 2 years, or about 2 years, there's no hybrid, there's no Zoom. I know there's audience watching us. So we're going to go back to the way things were, if we can remember, and staff have advised me that they're hoping everything works. So votes will be on the table in favor and opposed, the buttons again, the way we used to do it. And to speak again, I guess there's the request to speak buttons. So we'll go with that. And we might be a little rusty on it, but we'll do our best to make our way through the process as we get used to it. And staff have advised me that they will be putting the vote record up on the screen, but there may be a little bit of a pause or delay, but they're going to do their best to make this work. So with that, are there any questions from anybody about the process? I think we're all good with it. Okay. I don't like change. Well, you're changing back. I know. Okay, good. I don't like it. You just erase the last 2 years and you'll be okay. All right, bring the regular meeting of the Township Council to order. And the first item is the adoption and receipt of the agenda items. Can I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Kuntz, second by Councillor Arneson. And we'll test the buttons, so all those in favor, we'll push the button. Not working? Well, there we go. That's where we're testing it. Oh, call the vote. You're right. I forgot. See, I have to learn.
You have to ask Wendy, what does that call this under? Under agenda.
Yeah, call vote. There we go. Okay, got it. See? There we go. It's been 2 years. Let's see. Councillor Kuntz. Okay. Label vote. Oh, I got to label the vote. All right. Everyone's in favor. And it's up there. It's up on the screen. Yep. Okay. Good. A good test. So the adoption of the minutes, regular council meeting on March 28th and public hearing meeting on March 28th, moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconder, Councillor Davis. Any errors or omissions? Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question with regards to the notice of motion on page 15, and what's expressed in the minutes is not exactly correct, but it's better than what is on the agenda for tonight's meeting. So I'm assuming, or for this afternoon's meeting, I'm assuming for the meeting agenda this afternoon, I can modify what's there, but I think the motion should actually, in the minutes, be corrected to read as it was actually presented.
Okay, Ms. Bauer, is that? Yep, she's got that. Thank you. All right, so with that, I'm going to call the question, and we'll try the buttons again, make sure they all work. I'll figure this out. And that carries unanimously. So there are no delegations. We do have 2 presentations this afternoon. And the first presentation is Industrial Land Intensification. And we're here, we have Mr. Peter Whitelaw, Senior Planner of Renewable Cities, Simon Fraser University. Now, I don't know if it's Dr. Whitelaw or Mr. Whitelaw. All right. Welcome here, and I'll put your mic on, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So hopefully technology is working and everybody's got the slides on their screen in front of them.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yes, I'm definitively not a Dr. Whitelaw. I am with Renewable Cities. Before arriving at Renewable Cities, I spent about 15 years in consulting in BC and Alberta, working for all sorts of communities, large and small, including a couple of projects for Township of Langley. And I spent a couple of years at the City of Richmond. So at Renewable Cities is a nonprofit. It's focused on accelerating the transition to renewable cities. And we're looking for cities that use 100% renewable energy, that help restore the health of their citizens and the natural world, and that really contribute to citizens and businesses that are both strong and resilient. I really appreciate the invitation to come and talk about industrial intensification. I think the township has tremendous opportunity with this, given your diverse industrial sector and your strategic location on the edge of Metro Vancouver. I'm only going to scratch the surface of this with 10 minutes, There's been a lot of work done on this in the region in the last 10 or 15 years. And so I'd encourage you to have a look at that if you want more details. I'm going to focus on issues and benefits and give you a sense of the opportunity that I see for the township. I'll start with a little bit of context. The first, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, is that we have a strong need for industrial property and a very limited land base. So the industrial activity we have is an essential part of our future region and our economy. And Langley's, our entire industry is quite diverse. Langley's in particular is quite diverse and dominated by manufacturing, logistics, and construction-related businesses. And these are really critical functions for the township of Langley, but also for the region. As I said, the regional land base is very limited. As you know, we've got the ocean, the mountains on the north, and the agricultural land reserve to contend with. And industrial is one of a number of uses that we absolutely need land for. So there's a lot of competition for this land. Nothing new, I'm sure, for you. As I said, there is a lot of work done by Metro Vancouver. They've probably got 1,000 pages written on this in the last 15 years. And municipalities, including the township, have done some work of your own to move it forward. In particular, the township has a couple of pieces of supportive policy. One being the economic development strategy, which highlights industrial intensification as an important part of what you're doing. And the second being your industrial community plan, your official community plan, which has a specific policy looking at encouraging the effective or efficient utilization of land and the intensification of industrial development. So you've already got some good policy intentions in place and a lot of work already in the background. It is important, I think, to start talking about what industrial means. I've done policy work on industrial as well as office and high tech, and there's a broad spectrum and they seem to meld into one another. So, looking at the slide, we've got everything from lumber mills to manufacturing. We've got logistics facilities. The TELUS building isn't exactly a logistics facility, but it's typical of that type of construction. We've got smaller buildings in the bottom right, which quite often can be industrial service companies, trades, suppliers, or industrial designers, this type of company. And then in the top right, we've got a picture of a high-tech or a pharma tech company. And this is one where it is industrial and there's the manufacturing and creation of products, but it's also very high-tech. There's a lot of computer work. And so that tends to feel a little bit more like an office. And so there's this real spectrum that you've got to contend with and a lot of nuance along that spectrum. So there's a lot of different kinds of industrial. There are different kinds of intensification as well. And normally, I think, when we think of industrial intensification, we immediately think of more density or more floors. Certainly, some years ago in Hong Kong, I remember coming across an 8-story logistics facility with massive ramps for trucks that comes up on your way in from the airport. And that's one kind of intensification. It's not the only type. So I'll highlight that the first type is really an intensification of use. And this is often measured by employment numbers, sort of employment density per square foot or per acre. Similarly, by revenue per square foot or per acre. It can be in terms of trip generation, especially when you talk about logistics or distribution facilities. And it could also be in terms of the amount of storage you've got per square foot. The image that I've got on the screen there is of a high bay distribution or storage facility. And technology's really allowed those types of facilities to use a certain square footage much more intensely. So it's a good example of expanding the use without really expanding the building. The diagram I have on the right, though, does talk about different ways that you can densify the building. Essentially, I've said more building, and really that consists of spreading the building out and using more of the site for the building. This first vertical arrow there is imagining higher heights for buildings. So as technology has allowed those sort of storage facilities to use more vertical space, they are capable of using higher, taller buildings. And then the last dotted arrow there is really an indicator of adding floors on top of buildings. And that last is as I say, is most common to think about. It's also the most expensive and can be the most challenging to implement and to encourage. And mouse button, wrong mouse button, right mouse button. So with some Langley examples, more use is a very common sort of thing. I've got a picture, photographs here from your air photos showing the Langley Airport in 2005 and then showing it again in 2021. And of course, we've got a lot more building on the site in that 15 or 16 years. So that's an example of essentially infilling into that site. Sometimes regulations can limit that. For example, your zoning bylaw has a maximum site coverage of 60%. Richmond has recently, in their intensification initiative, moved from 60 to 75% site coverage. So that's a 25% increase in building capacity on all of their industrial properties. It's quite a substantial increase in the capacity for industrial activity. The other limiter, of course, is the operations and the specific needs of an industry. Some of them need a lot more outdoor storage versus indoor storage and activity. Some of them need a lot of space for trucks to move around and so on, and that will limit the capacity they have for expanding their use on a site. The key reasons for these are really that industrial businesses need to have operational continuity and they need to have capacity for business expansion. So typically what they'll do is they'll buy a property, they will not build it to its maximum capacity at the beginning, and they'll leave themselves expansion space for growth over time. The other drivers are technological changes. So as in that last slide, that type of vertical stacking within a building allows you to use space, existing space more intensely. And finally, as businesses start to shift down the spectrum towards more intense sort of office-like industrial functions, you can get more employees and often more productivity per square foot or per acre. So all of those things drive more intense use. Next slide is the more building slide. This sort of, as I had mentioned earlier, infill, as you saw on the airport, is very common. Building upwards is much less common. There is an example here of a multi-level industrial building in Surrey. This has light industrial use on the ground floor, and then it's got some flex space, and they actually put parking on an upper floor. And that's been done in Vancouver as well. As I said earlier, these are higher cost. There are sometimes moving is less expensive than actually trying to do that on site, so that's an issue. For many businesses in the office sector, retaining highly paid and hard to get employees is a critical concern, so they'll actually move to where the employees want them to be. I think in this sector, the reverse is often true. Employees will move to where the business is. So that's likely to limit the amount of intensification that happens. On the other hand, if you move into industrial sectors that value employee retention more and have people living closer to home, you're likely to see that as a driver for intensification. I will move on as I'm feeling a little bit as though my time is drawing to a bit of a close. I said I'd talk about the value of intensification. And the three main pieces here. First of all, is a real economic driver, is maximizing that capacity for growth within the township. I think that's really obvious when you start thinking about that Richmond example of site coverage and adding 25% to the capacity that they have for industrial activity. Second, clearly important for you guys as a rural community as well, is reducing pressure on green space. This is important from a flood protection perspective, from managing the overall temperature in the region, from maintaining that rural character and the access to nature that I think residents of the township really value. Last, and certainly of concern for renewable cities, is minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. And so trying to maintain the industrial within the region, trying to keep industrial close to where employees are. And as we build the density of employees and activity in industrial areas, as well as in the surrounding residential, there's more opportunity for people to live closer to work and therefore reduce the amount of travel that they do. So that's really critical. The final thing, of course, about intensification, whether it's industrial or otherwise, is that it should help increase your tax base without increasing the fiscal costs associated with infrastructure. So it should be good for taxes and good for your bottom dollar. Okay. So as an ex-consultant, I can't resist suggesting some things that you ought to do, or at least how to think about this. So the first piece for me is enable the intensification. Remove whatever regulatory barriers you have in place, and whether that's increasing building heights, whether that's expanding site coverage, reducing setbacks, those types of things, I think are really critical, especially in the industrial sector. It is important to be flexible because the industrial sector and all that variety is evolving a lot faster than municipal regulations, which, as you know, your zoning bylaw doesn't get a massive update for more than every 20 years or so. So giving that flexibility is really critical. Second point, encourage intensification and future-proofing as much as you can. So while it may be too expensive right now for people to build a second floor, finding ways to help them to actually future-proof it so that they could in future. So are there ways that you could provide some incentives to get people to build that first floor they're building now in a way that would support a second structure later, and that would allow for further expansion with a relatively smaller amount of investment up front? I don't know what the numbers are on that, but I think it may be an interesting approach to take. Anticipate pitfalls. So one of the things that's really unusual in Metro Vancouver region is that we have a lot of strata industrial, and there's definitely a place for that in the market. The critical issue with that is that it is relatively inflexible over time because you need all of those strata owners to come together and agree to do redevelopment or intensification. So you may want to really consider places and types of industrial uses where you may want to limit strata in order to encourage that intensification. And the listed land value appreciation. As we allow for greater density on sites and for a wider range of uses, that land value will go up, and it can price out certain types of industrial users. So really understanding your market and its capacity to pay and not chasing after just the high value, high intense uses is really critical. And there's a lot of nuance and expertise required for that. Play to your strengths. As I said earlier, you've got a great advantage being on the edge of Metro, great access to transportation as well as right into the Metro region. Get creative with the tools that you have, whether that's incentives, zoning, policies, density bonuses. And the last thing I'll say, and I think this is really critical, is the longer you wait for this, the more developments happen and the more opportunities pass you by. So I'd really encourage you not to wait to move and try to at least enable the intensification and possibly do experiment with those incentives. So really it's about how you're growing. I think there's a triple bottom line value, which at Renewable Cities we're always looking for. There are a number of things you can do that aren't that complicated. There are others that are more complicated, but there's certainly stuff you can do right now that's not complicated. There's a number of, I feel like a few municipalities in the Lower Mainland that have moved on this, but actually I think there's an opportunity for leadership for the township. And as I said on my last slide, act now and secure that advantage. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to know where you got the money trees, though.
Free stock images.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Plant a few of those. Staff go out, dig up the toonies and loonies, and we're set.
Exactly.
Well, thanks a lot for your presentation. Very, very informative. Yeah, when you're speaking about Hong Kong and having that multi-story, I've heard of those, but the land cost must be huge. And I think that's probably what drives some of this is the land cost is you know, for companies to go up rather than spread out. And I'm wondering how that plays into Langley. Comparatively speaking to other areas of Metro Vancouver, our land is a little bit cheaper, and do businesses see the incentive to go up, which helps the land base because we know we're really getting challenged on industrial land supply. But I can see in Hong Kong they'd be willing to do that. But how is it out here?
So there's a couple of things to think about. I mean, first of all, you're right that as there's more demand for land, the land values do go up, and they have been going up. And that, of course, will price some users out. It'll certainly mean that some users will look at the possibility of moving out to Chilliwack or beyond instead of locating here. Or if they're not regionally focused, it may mean that they move out to a Calgary or an Edmonton or something like that rather than being located here. So it's actually a critical competitive advantage to be able to add capacity on that same land base so that maybe you're spending, I don't know, $5 million an acre. If you can get twice as much square footage out of that over the lifetime of your business, then you can still stay for a lot longer. So that anticipated increase in land value is actually an important reason for trying to intensify and enable that intensification to happen. The second thing, though, is that even in Hong Kong, going to that type of multi-level intense building is so expensive that they actually had investment from the government in order to make that happen. So this is where thinking about that future-proofing option is important, and thinking about using some of the tools you have creatively in order to try to drive that and create enough value for the builders that they will invest in that. I don't know how well it applies in industrial, but one of the things that Richmond did, and again, I'm going back to their example simply because I worked there. On the affordable housing side, in their downtown, they have a base density of 0.8 FAR, I think it is. But then they have a bonus density. If you have a fairly small amount of affordable housing, they have a bonus density that's 2 to 4 FAR. So nobody in their right mind would say no to that bonus density, but the affordable housing comes along with it on every project. So by analogy, I think there might be some interesting example or opportunities in the industrial sector to get people to actually invest in some of those expensive upfront pieces that give you that flexibility over the long term.
Good, thank you. I've got some questions from council, if you don't mind. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Mr. Whitelaw. I know that looking at a bit about your renewable cities, you're mostly focusing on renewable energy and increased energy efficiency. That's kind of like your main goal?
Yes and no. I think the focus is, in essence, is on climate-friendly cities. And we actually find that something that is climate-friendly is very likely to be more equitable as well as economically more viable. So as I said, on this front, I see industrial intensification should be a good thing for municipal finances. It should also put jobs closer to people, which should improve affordability for people who live in the township. So yes, renewable energy, yes, climate change, and that brings along the other stuff.
And as you know, being an academic, you would probably know that city of Richmond, the city of Vancouver, have unique opportunities that we certainly don't have here. We're a kind of an urban community at the last leg of a regional district, and with 75% in farmland and rural. So, or some of the things you talk about, we don't apply that much. But I appreciate the importance of industrial parks, there's no question that there's been a lot said about that. But I want to tell you today is that as we progress in this world, in our society, who would ever thought we'd be talking during a war going on in the world, although there's been many wars, but this is a unique one. So here we are, you're talking about industrial uses, and it's important to note that, we have an awful lot of industrial parks in Langley. We're progressing. We're working with new opportunity with film industry. But I think it's important that others will probably talk this council about environmental challenges. But mine would be, and I'm going to stay with this one, is Indigenous relations. And here you are today talking about opportunities for us. I would challenge you and your team to go back and include Indigenous relations, include working with Indigenous people, because as you may or may not know, that Surrey came up with a new plan for Campbell Heights. But there's a question, and this is something you have to take home to your academics at SFU, a question of how much did they work with Indigenous? And did they work with the chief and council of Semiamo and others? Those are all questions that we have to have. And as we know, the indigenous committees and also United Nations, Indigenous Relations and Opportunities, Truth, and all this is new. And so even when you're putting together your report, there's still things that are missing on that. And I want you, I'm not looking for an answer for you today. I just want you to consider that if we move forward in the future, because there is a question even today about how well that was looked after with Metro and Surrey. And I know it's ongoing, but that is a question I wanted to leave with you or something to take home. But thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, and if
Thank
I
you.
could just say, on the South Campbell Heights, we were very supportive of the Semiamo and spoke to that as part of our presentation to the Metro Board on that one. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you very much for coming today. I appreciate the fact that in putting this together, it's somewhat simplistic given the time frame and just sort of identifying, I guess, the touch points of consideration at this time in the township. I just wanted to refer to a couple of things that you said, which I thought were very salient things, like the future proofing, for example, because I'm not an economist, but I have to assume that the relative land values in the township of Langley are going to be in and of themselves an incentive, generally speaking, for those who are considering migrating because of the high price of industrial land in other places. So that's kind of a bit of an economic formula that might be considered in this plan to consider how much industry and of what type you could draw based on our, I'll call it our competitive advantage that way. But my other thought was, and sadly, Councillor Ferguson brought up this analogy of war. For me, it's very problematic, but in lots of ways, we've been at war with the environment for a long time, in the sense that we keep assuming, because we have a lot of land, that green fields are always available for us to expand onto. And for me, without denigrating the vote at Metro Vancouver, South Campbell Heights, to me, was a prime example of where we don't want to go. I don't want to be in a leadership position in a community where we have options that were identified so that we would not have to run into those kind of incursions in ecologically sensitive lands. So at the same time, I think that it would be prudent to be as proactive as possible. So those are my comments, but I was very interested in this Richmond proposition, because I know we're a bit comparing apples to oranges, but this idea that just by changing the bylaws, for example, the zoning bylaws, we could go from 60 to 75% lot coverage. That seems to me kind of an easy in terms of getting a lot of bang for not much of a buck in terms of what you're anticipating. So if you could just kind of comment maybe on a couple of the things that Richmond has focused on in order to ensure that, I don't think we're rebuilding the wheel here. I think we're just looking at tweaking it somewhat so, it's a little rounder, let's say. You get a better ride. Thank you.
Sure. Richmond did a few things. Some of them are a bit more nuanced tweaks that I won't recall specifically, but two things that they did. Let me think, three things that they did. One is that increase in lot coverage. The second one was an increase in heights, and I believe it was from 12 meters to 16 meters. They also added some height exemptions on top of that for industrial equipment and the light coming through roofs. That is a big deal for them because they have quite a bit of logistics activity alongside Highway 99. So it's similar. They're different from you, but not that different. And then the other piece is they looked very carefully at the potential for a small amount of retail space associated with industrial activities, so that your smaller sort of maybe artisanal manufacturers, maybe not even artisanal, but smaller manufacturers could actually sell some of their products out of their industrial function. But you've got to be really careful because, of course, retail can demand much, much more dollars per acre. So those would be the top things I would comment on. They made a bunch of other tweaks as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you for coming today. I really appreciate the information. I'm intrigued about the concept of adding height to the various buildings. And you mentioned Richmond went from 12 to 16 meters. I'm wondering, if there's some examples of where they've gone significantly higher, like in industrial areas where we might be looking at 4 or 5 story kind of buildings, maybe 6-story buildings, in order to provide the industrial benefit. It seems like that land is expensive, and certainly maybe we're a bit cheaper here than we might be in Vancouver, but our land is still not cheap. So it seems there'd be a real incentive to go up, and I'm wondering if there's some examples of that, and also tied to that, if there was some incentives that that local governments have provided to try to encourage them to go up with their height on the buildings, as opposed to the 1 and 2 story that we typically see in industrial areas.
Sure. One of the advantages that Langley has over, the Richmonds and the Deltas of the world is you've actually got some topography. So what you've seen in terms of multi-level stuff in the Lower Mainland has been, I think Coquitlam has one and Vancouver has one. And it's actually where there's a sloped site so that you can load one side of a building from the upper side and one side of the building from the lower side. So instead of having to build these crazy expensive ramps, you just build a site into the hillside, and you'd have to do a topographic analysis to get some sense of that. But you've got some potential to do that. On flat sites, Richmond did have a proposal for a mixed office and industrial building, and they were trying to do 2 floors of industrial and then 2 floors of office on top, so you get a 4-story building. But that's very, very much of a mix of those 2 uses. And that was in an area that sits between their industrial area on Highway 99 and the SkyTrain the SkyTrain. So it's an area where they're experimenting with a bunch of different policies and trying to encourage these buildings. And a whole bunch of different things are coming through the door in terms of ideas and proposals. As to incentives, I don't know enough to tell you what incentives are being offered. I do think that at the scale of incentives, you're probably talking about needing to do density bonuses. I don't think sort of smaller financial incentives, tax rebates, and that would be enough, and it might be a combination, but you'd have to find a consultant to do some serious analysis to figure out what works in Langley and to think about what that looks like over the future as land values rise slowly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. My comments about I don't like change were rather, maybe shouldn't have said that, but I was just kind of teasing. But this is what I would call, this is a pressure when timing comes into wherever it is, the pressure to either make more, grow bigger, expand, technologies makes that, it's always knocking on the door. One thing, a reduced pressure on green space, because I know that, you mentioned lot coverage, maybe this is just a comment, but it's got to be done right, because once you pack a bunch of rats in one box, things can go awkward. One time I was in Madison, Wisconsin. I went down to Dairy World Expo, and I went into town, and I was going to visit the University Dairy. And the milk cows, or 30 cow herd, was on the 4th floor of a 6th-floor building right in Madison. And I think they did that for a reason, partly because they own the money, but and everybody, I went up, it was 8 o'clock at night, and they welcomed me, they were milking, and everybody goes in to see the cows, pet a cow. There's more people around. I know you may not think this is maybe off subject, but that was, I think some people use that for their green space. That was their nice place to be. You could go see a cow on the 4th floor when I couldn't find parking, And the reason I say that is because it's so easy to forget about the people that have to go in there and work. And, you know, more people, to get productivity, you have to be in the right mind, right phrase of mind. So I think it's great. You know, I love to, because you know, you have to, I've seen the changes in Langley. I only last 60 years. I'm sounding like my dad, but if you grow the right way, but you also have to think of the people. And like you commented, the environment, everything has to be in there. But it's sometimes the most efficient thing is to just ramp it up a little bit, and it doesn't take much, but there can be side effects you don't see by trying to be too efficient. Anyhow, just maybe a comment, but it's really interesting, and thanks for coming. I just wanted to share that with you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. Do those cows carry briefcases and wear suits? Councilor Richter.
Yes. Now, your speech to us today is quite timely, given that we've got a couple of applications in front of us today that we probably should be looking at future-proofing on. One of the questions that I did have, and I was hoping that you might be able to answer it, when we look at densifying on an existing zoned industrial property, which I have no problems with, I think it's a great idea, should we be paying particular attention to ensuring that the drainage systems are adequate to support that intensification? And I'm thinking like adding additional buildings and or adding height to buildings, because it does increase the impervious surface. And I think that in addition to future proofing, we also need to look at climate fallout. So what's been your experience with that? Do other municipalities usually look at improved drainage? That's the big one that comes to my mind anyway.
I think whenever you start to increase the amount of impervious surface on a site, then you're going to have to look at that. And if you look at zoning changes, as Richmond would have, they would have done an assessment of the capacity of their stormwater systems. And some places have looked at things like green roofs or other on-site stormwater management tools, which green roofs are expensive on a building that isn't typically built for that load, depending on the green roof. But then there are, of course, other stormwater management things you can do on site. So those types of things definitely need to be considered as you consider shifting around some of your zoning. It's not quite as simple as just changing a number in the bylaw. Yeah, so that's the type of thing that I would expect your staff would ask engineering to be engaged in and considering. And I think the same would be true around things like the heat island effect. You know, if you're, again, increasing hard surfaces, especially if they're dark. So there are the typical approach is to require that roofs be light colored or be vegetated. And so either of those will help to manage that. So yeah, absolutely have to pay attention to that.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Long.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming, and I just wanted to make a comment on this future proofing. It sounds okay, but it generally never happens. We built an RCMP building with the idea of putting a second story on, but we never will because of the disruption of the operation. It becomes, so it'd probably be better to encourage people to build taller now and leave it vacated space, and then you can move into it later. I'm just saying that it might sound good that we say, oh, we'll future-proof everything, but the chances are, in my opinion, pretty slim that will actually happen because of the disruption. The second thing is what we're doing now is making sure they put either green gardens or green roofs or solar panels on top. So if we insist that they put solar panels on top, well, that kind of affects the future-proofing too, doesn't it? But I wanted you to leave Langley Township with a positive story. Just right around the corner here, the AAA storage, we approved it a couple of weeks ago, is putting a 5-story self-storage facility in. So that speaks directly to what you're saying about building height and industrial. It's M2 industrial zone. It's right around the corner. So you can use us in your presentations that's something that's been approved, and it's brilliant. They got 8 elevators, and you take your stuff up and down rather than mini storage usually being very sprawled out, right? So there's an example for you, but thanks for coming.
Good, thanks.
Very helpful.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all the questions. So thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks.
All right, now we'll move on to D2, and it's the Langley Rcp Strategic Plan, and we're here, Superintendent Marsden is here to, along with his staff, to provide a presentation. Yes. Oh, I apologize. There's one thing. I had a note here. The motion, there is a deferred motion we have to deal with first, so while you get set up, we'll deal with this. The motion is on the agenda, and it is live. It's been moved and seconded, so we can just carry on with that if for any speakers, and we'll call the question on it. So, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So this, I think, was very prudent on behalf of the Township Council to make a determination. They wanted to hear more about industrial intensification. So the motion is just here. It's fairly straightforward. It's really just asking that we take the next step so that we have staff reporting back to council on the opportunities that could present themselves. I just want to speak a bit further to this. My understanding currently is it might be challenging for staff to undertake this kind of assessment in a timely manner, only because they already have a very robust workload. So my sense of this, if we could maybe seek some direction from staff, is whether or not there could be monies for this purpose for a consultant to do this work, and also because it's a very sort of finessed and kind of detailed and very particular kind of analysis. So maybe Mr. Backen could comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just off the top of my head, I think we'd envision this as being a bit of a hybrid where staff would have to do some of the groundwork, probably in long-range planning, and then to make a determination as to what inputs would be needed from a consultant themselves. So I think we can start with this motion, but if there is some financial pressures, we can always return to council with an update partway through that process.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, so, and you've heard the presentation, so will that include this additional height? And maybe staff will have to look at what council's been doing in terms of pushing for green roofs and pushing for solar panels, but now we'll be pushing for height. And I noticed in the AAA storage one that we approved, even though it was only development permit, there was a height variance requested. So will, as a result of this presentation, perhaps staff look at saying, okay, let's make sure that there's no need to have an amendment, that the height restrictions can be tailored more to this kind of intensification in terms of going higher?
Extensively correct. I think the intent of intensification or densification would be to actually add floor space or to add square footage that would be used for industrial purposes. Generally, that's going to be vertical, but as was referenced, sometimes it can be done by way of setbacks or by way of integration into a side of a bank or something that might actually provide the ability to have a multi-level without having the appearance of that. So I think that's going to be the focus of the review, not prejudging it, but that'd be the focus of the review, how we can achieve the additional square footage on the defined parcel areas. In all likelihood, that would result in either an OCP, maybe even a neighborhood plan, in some situations being updated, probably short of doing the actual rezoning until there's actually an application, because that would allow council to retain control over it. But those are just the immediate thoughts off the top of my head.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Beck.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, well, I think that obviously it's important that we analyze our existing industrial land inventory. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, your staff might want to have a quick review of what other folks are doing. I don't want to expect a lengthy report or review on what other folk are doing. But, I remember, and I'm dating myself a bit, when somebody came into the hall in Murrayville by the name of Ainsley Loretto and Bernie Joliffe and said, we'd like to put a industrial park at 264th and around 56th Avenue. And I said, oh, you must be kidding. And that is all history. It's now the Gloucester Industrial Site. It's it's not our first. It's an up and coming, and it's been there many years. And it's provided a lot of opportunities for people, jobs and other things. And I like the idea of diversifying and using other ideas. I know it's expensive to put green roofs on and things like that, and whether it's practical as well, those are other things we have to explore. But and the other point of this, I don't think that we want to move at all costs, and I think it's important to look at environmental and indigenous things as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, I don't see any further discussion, so I'm going to call the vote on D1. That carries unanimously. Thank you. So now we'll move on to the Langley Rcp Strategic Plan. Welcome here, Superintendent Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. Thanks for having me this afternoon. I appreciate the time you're giving me. So I have 3 short parts of the presentation. When I went to meet the City of Langley Council, they requested that when I come to present to them that on occasion I bring members of the detachment just for all of you to meet. And just to speak about what they do for a few minutes and speak about some of the work that our detachment's done recently. So if it's okay, I was going to do that today just to sort of mimic what I did for the City of Langley as well, just to keep the presentations consistent. So for today, I have 2 guests with me. The first is our senior intelligence analyst, Jenna Evans. So she is the person that essentially puts together the statistics and intelligence for our detachment that we work off of. So given that I brought her, I thought I'd hand over to her the presentation of our quarterly stats and to speak on those this afternoon. And then after her, a short presentation from Sergeant Suman Minhas. He's the sergeant in charge of our Strikeforce, which is generally in charge of looking at residential and commercial property crime. But in this case, I actually asked him to run a project for the detachment in relation to some recent incidents we've had. So with that, I'll pass it over and I'll talk to you on the 3rd point, which will be the strategic plan at the end.
Hello. Thank you for having me here today. I'll just start off by a brief background on my role with the RCMP. I'm a sworn-in civilian member of the force, and I'm also a senior intelligence analyst. I have over 15 years' experience with the RCMP at both the contract, provincial, and federal levels, and I started with Langley Detachment in 2020. I've worked on various investigations ranging from multi-jurisdictional series to homicides. Although we're often behind the scenes, RCMP intelligence analysts do play a dynamic role within the RCMP, and we're responsible for tactical, operational, and strategic analysis. Our primary duties include the research, collation, evaluation, and analysis of information from a variety of sources to develop intelligence products. Our primary role is to assist police officers, management, and stakeholders in decision-making and provide guidance and recommendations to further both intelligence and criminal investigations. Essentially, our primary focus is to inform enforcement operations and to guide police decision-making on priorities. I'll provide a brief overview of our statistics for the township over the past quarter. Overall, we're up 7% year-to-date for the township in violent crime. This is predominantly due to increases in assault, which is up 16%, sex offenses, which is up 33%, and robbery, which is up 16%. Identified robbery trends through analysis involved retail or liquor store shoplifters who threatened employees when they tried to intervene, or offenses linked to a multi-jurisdictional series in the Lower Mainland involving robberies that targeted convenience stores, and that's being handled by our Strikeforce and is still under investigation. In terms of property crime, Langley Township is up 7% year-to-date compared to last year. Trends observed in theft from vehicle include catalytic converter thefts. This is being seen across North America right now, and that's linked into the value of the metal contained within the catalytic converter. Pickup truck tailgate thefts is also a trend we've been experiencing. And in fact, we had 47 reports over a 13-day period alone within both the city and the township. Suspects are predominantly targeting Ford F-150s and 350s and Toyota Tacomas. Another emerging trend we're seeing within the township and the city is gas thefts via drilling the gas tank, and that's obviously linked to the gas prices. Residential break and enters are up quite significantly in the township compared to the same time frame last year. Entry is via stolen garage door openers predominantly, as well as entry into unsecured residences and garages, or buildings that were scheduled for demolition or targeted for the purposes of stealing metal or squatting. Also, it's important to note increases in the township within residential B&Es this year is also due to the fact that people are leaving their homes more frequently now as compared to last year. It was a little bit more of a lockdown situation with COVID, so more people are in their home. The suspects are less likely to target a house to break in. Just to give you an overview of the drug nexus, organized crime nexus violence in Langley. In 2021, last year, there were 11 confirmed shooting incidents where there was a nexus to organized crime and or the drug trade. 64% of these shootings occurred in the township and 36% occurred in the city. 8 shootings were in residential areas and 3 were in very public locations. In 8 of the 11 shootings last year, there were injuries to 9 victims, 2 of which died. In 3 of the 11 shootings, there were no injuries. However, one of the intended targets in one of those shootings was subsequently shot and killed months later on Vancouver Island. So far in 2022, Langley RCMP have responded to 6 shooting incidents where there is a nexus to organized crime and or the drug trade. 66% of our shootings so far this year have occurred in the township. 1 has occurred in the city. 1, the location remains under investigation. 2 shootings this year were in very public locations, 1 about half a block from an occupied school. 2 shootings were in residential areas, and then the locations of the other 2 shootings remain under investigation. In 5 of the 6 shootings, there were injuries to 5 victims this year, 3 of which were fatal. It's important to note the most recent homicide, which did receive a little bit of media attention, was weapon involved and not linked to organized crime and or the drug trade. There's not a slide for this, no, just my speaking notes. Yeah. As a result of the violence in Langley this year, Langley RCMP launched a multifaceted initiative that used both spatial and temporal analysis to identify key areas for law enforcement to target. Based on the analysis of the shootings from last year and this year, members of Langley RCMP were given certain locations to target, certain areas for law enforcement to target. 56% of enforcement was concentrated in the township, 44% of enforcement was concentrated in the city. During the course of the project, there were no shootings. However, we have since had 1 additional shooting, which was organized crime drug trade connected. And I'll pass it over to Sergeant Minhas to discuss the violence suppression strategy. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just further to Councillor Richter, maybe Superintendent Marsden, just a memo on this, that information was interesting on the shootings, the violent crime, I think to capture what Jana was talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, Councillors. My name is Sergeant Sue Minhas. So my basic presentation is broken into 3 parts here. I was asked to talk about myself, and I'm going to then talk about the current mandate of the Strikeforce unit that I'm in, and then basically get into a quick synopsis of the project that we worked on here. So firstly, for myself, I'm a 23-year member. I'm currently posted in Langley. I've been there for about 8 years now. And our unit is typically comprised of roughly 8 constables, 2 corporals, and 1 sergeant who report to the plainclothes commander. So, about myself, I've worked in 3 different divisions. Fortunate enough, BC now, Alberta, and Nova Scotia, where I started off. I've been involved in many special projects, both at the federal and provincial levels. One of the highlights in my career was being the venue planner for the 2010 Olympics. So spent a year and a half working that and learned a lot of skills, working special projects and whatnot. The other piece of my career that I'm fortunate enough to have been part of is I'm also VIP trained, and I've been fortunate enough to be the driver for dignitaries such as President Clinton And lastly was the Prime Minister of India. So I'm fortunate to the organization to have done that. So now we'll just get into the mandate of our current unit, Strikeforce. So 3 points that I just want to highlight, and one of them is that we conduct our criminal investigations by utilizing our current file management principles. And as was mentioned earlier, our basic objective, serial robberies, vehicle thefts, property crimes, and shoplifting rings and frauds. We also are available to the detachment for any surveillance required for any of the other units within the area. Also, we work proactively to identify emerging trends through the work of our analysts using crime prevention strategies, and we also continuously liaise with our Lower Mainland police jurisdictions to collaboratively target multi-jurisdictional offenders. Finally, as far as our mandate goes, we create a robust reports to Crown Council to support and further successful prosecutions. Now I just want to quickly mention our violence suppression reduction project. We were tasked by our OIC of Langley Detachment to create a team that would target violence suppression reduction strategies. Thus, we coordinated a effort within the detachment by working with our special response team, our unit, and our community liaison officers. Together, we came together and provided enhanced enforcement, and this initiative stemmed from February 1st, 2022 to March 14th, 2022. And this was in an effort to address the recent uptick in violence, specifically those involved in targeted shootings within the township and City of Langley. We reached out to our partners. We worked very closely with our Combined Forces Special Enforcement Unit and our Surrey Gang Enforcement Team. And also we worked with our local units, with our general duty members and our traffic units. This was all in response to a number of persons involved shootings, both victim and suspects, having ties to our Lower Mainland. So basically, what was our objective? To mitigate, disrupt, and suppress violence in Langley through proactive and high visibility enforcement. To do that, we took a methodical approach. So in this case, we broke it into 3 phases. So phase 1 was what Jenna had spoke to, is the intelligence gathering portion of it and identifying targets. So we used geographical areas and we targeted those areas. As she had mentioned, based on the spatial and temporal values, we targeted those areas and we looked at, for example, higher density areas. Phase 2, we ensured that our members had the proper training skills, and this meant that we worked with our partner agencies to enhance our skills and knowledge. We also provided basic in-house training, specific investigative techniques for the police. We used officer safety resources, 2 persons in vehicle. We collected data. Officer safety presence, as mentioned. These positions were fully uniformed, the vehicles were fully marked and identified. And we kept our ongoing communication with our analysts and our supervisors throughout the process. The final phase was the active enforcement phase. We took a faceted approach, working with all 3 units directly and others, and with our partners with CFACU and SCAP. We provided enhanced police presence in the areas of high-density areas and violence reduction, primarily by our specialized units. So the results we were anticipating, there were 6 of them we looked for. 1 was the disruption and charge approval on targets, utilizing all enforcement options available using our Criminal Code, Motor Vehicle Act, Liquor Control Act. We also worked closely with our Civil Forfeiture Unit for any proceeds of crime. Developed intelligence on targets believed to be involved in gang violence and or drug trafficking. Provided a visible presence in the community to deter future violence. And we building skills and knowledge of our Langley members. The final results, as you can see on the screen there, the impact that we had. 129 vehicles were checked, culminating in the creation of 61 investigative files. And the following items were seized, as you can see on the screen there. So $30,000 in cash, numerous edged weapons, and drugs. In conclusion, because of our initiatives, we had a significant impact on public safety and confidence. created a closer connection with our neighboring partners, and finally, positive community impact overall in the Langleys.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions maybe just before we move on. Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you very much. It's very much appreciated, this updating report. So I know that, I can't speak for the rest of council, but I know that part of the impetus to hear about the statistics going forward is a concern about public violence, the kind of gunplay that we see most recently. So it's really good to know. It's very interesting to hear about the very, I'll call it methodical strategy that you have. So it sounds like basically you're harassing the criminals so they disrupt what they're doing. I did have a couple of questions. The first question I had was on slide number 1. And because I know in the past, that when we had crime statistics broken down, so I just want to refer to the domestic violence flag. So it seems here that it's a minus 7% year over change. What I'm wondering though is this does not seem necessarily to be congruent with the fact that other reporting out has to do with COVID and people being in situations where they were, you know, more intensely involved with each other because they weren't going outside of the home to go to work. I didn't know if there was any further delving into whether or not this could just be a lack of reporting because people felt compromised because they didn't have any other economic options, you know, like they would have had in different times. So that was my first question.
I mean, it's to some degree, it's always a guess. But I'd say, so green's good, -7, so it's lesser files, and I would suspect that, I think you're probably right. You know, I think domestics were probably higher this time last year because people were forced to be at home and, you know, families are together, and that tends to create friction when people are together for a long period of time. And I think with January this year opening up, then that's probably contributing to the fact that people are now out and about, and so I think you're right. Like I think that this year, you know, the fact that people are back to work and out and about, that's probably is contributing to the fact that our numbers for domestics are decreasing.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I know it's conjecture, but it just seemed like an interesting kind of snapshot.
No, for sure. Yeah.
My second question is, and it's based on my own personal observation, very unfortunately, a couple of months ago, I was in the near proximity of a shooting in Walnut Grove by about a half an hour. So I started to speculate, and I think you've covered this in terms of the proximity of, and I looked at it as an escape route. You know, in the rural areas, it's probably easier to do something and then get away without being observed. But if you're closer in an urban area, you may wish to target somebody in an area where you're closer to, you know, some kind of interchange or something so you can make a getaway. So further to that, I wondered, I hope it's not divulging too many RCMP secrets, but I wondered if you use facial recognition and cameras in terms of your overall strategies in order to identify individuals that you feel might be involved in these type of crimes?
So we, in terms of facial recognition, like identifying people, I wouldn't say that that's, you know, what you see on TV about trying to match somebody. That is not a common practice at all. But however, video canvassing is absolutely, technology as a whole is a huge thing. It's every crime scene involves us doing massive canvassing of businesses. And I have to say that the influx of almost every business and home having a, you know, a personal video system at their home is probably accounts for a massive number of our files being solved. So technology is definitely helping us.
I probably watch too many crime shows and see all these forensic things that they use. So, but it just seems that many countries are moving with, you know, there's a lot of debate about privacy issues, but the debate around having public cameras for the purpose of making sure that there is some actual evidence that you can rely on in court. So thank you very much for coming.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, thank you for the numbers. I guess I had a question about in relation to violent crime and the property crime. Do we know how many people are, how many of these are repeat offenders? Do we have any data on that?
I don't have that data with me. We do track prolific offenders in the Langley area. I can say that it's an ongoing investigation, so maybe Sergeant Minhas can talk about it. But with the series of tailgate thefts, does possibly involve some folks that are very well known to us and would be categorized as prolific offenders. I don't know if you have anything more you want to add to that.
Basically, a lot of them are potentially repeat offenders. That's their MO when they come out there. So currently we're investigating, for example, tailgate thefts ongoing, and large number of them are done from a small group of people. So collecting those stats, ongoing investigation and whatnot. So the same will go for catalytic converters and whatnot. So we have prolific offenders in the area that we monitor and track whatnot. So that is ongoing with what we do.
Okay, thank you. I had one more question. I know that we're seeing a lot in the news lately about Vancouver and some of the problems they're having in Chinatown and other places in relation to vandalism and windows breaking. Are you seeing that in Langley? I mean, we haven't heard about that so much, but...
No, I wouldn't say that's a common problem for us right now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, tailgates are getting about the price of a pickup used to be.
Yeah.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of comments or questions. I noticed maybe it's on slide 3. I don't know if we could just go one over it. I think it was the slide on property crime more. Yeah, this one. So as you read through some of the numbers, you know, in the red sections, we're looking, you know, 60% increase, 96% increase. So those sound fairly ominous. But when you look at the data quite quickly, it seems that we're fairly in line. 2022 is fairly in line with 2020. In fact, slightly lower than 2020. 2021 being kind of an anomaly. And I think when I think back, I'm just wondering if, you know, 2020, you know, when we started thinking of the pandemic, we were probably into February, into March-ish by the time we really understood what was starting to happen. And then in 2022, we've been kind of open. So while some of these red things look pretty, you know, a drastic increase, 96% looks scary when you just look at the red. But when I look back, it's still less than it was in 2020. So I'm wondering if there's a sense that 2021 is sort of the anomaly year out of all the years that we've had.
100%. I think like all the stats went crazy. You know, just it was an unusual year. So people at home, people not going to work, people not driving their cars, leaving them out in the street, like had a huge, mostly positive actually, impact on crime.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's helpful to know. And then the question I had with regards to the vehicle checks, I think you said 129, and then you listed a whole bunch of things you found. Are those vehicle checks like random vehicle checks where you sort of randomly check and then discover they've got this in there? Or are these targeted where you kind of suspect something so you go and track them down and then check their vehicle?
No, so part of the project was following the rules of the Motor Vehicle Act and basically followed that. So they were just out, we were out there in full uniform, full marked cars, so people could see us, and these were random checks we were doing at all times.
Wow, and you found like all the guns and everything just in their car?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you for coming today. It's always sad to see the amount of crime that happens in a community and also the region. You know, and I know that Superintendent Marsden, when you came and asked us about, you know, you wanted to do this, I think it's important. I guess it's already mentioned a bit about the property crime, but, you know, at 96%, whatever that means, or how you average it, I mean, is there anything, I mean, they're always hitting me. I mean, they can't get any more, so mine would be 0. They got most of my stuff and much of my neighbor's stuff, so you can't come back when there's nothing to get. Is there anything that anybody can do about the property crime? I don't even know if you folks investigated that anymore, if I may, through the chair.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely, I think going back to Councillor Kuntz's question, I actually do think, in my opinion, that you know, most of the property crime is committed by a small few, to be honest. I think there are people that go out and do this to support support themselves. And so I think we have a lot of intelligence about who does this, and it's always we're always behind the crime to some degree. But I think I think you would be encouraged to know how much we do know about who's actually doing these things, and the fact that it's just a matter of us working to enforce it after. Unfortunately, it's not so great for the stats because, things happen and then we have to go investigate and catch these people doing other things after. But I think there's, we can make significant impacts on people if that becomes a massive problem in terms of like property crime, that we can run projects like this and just focus on that, and we can make impacts, in my personal view. Yeah.
Everybody, as you know, Superintendent Marsden, everybody's got a story. I mean, and why spoil a good story with the criminal has possession of the thing he stole, but there's not much that anybody can do anything. How many times have you heard that? And how many times also have you heard that, that they can't be prosecuted for one reason or another? Is that still ongoing?
I mean, there's always, for sure, there's challenges. It's difficult. It's tons of challenges in the court systems, and definitely we face huge difficulties in the modern age, I guess. But like I said, I do think we have the ability to have big impacts on these types of things when they kind of get out of control, and it's just a matter of us constantly trying to improve our systems and work on them. Yeah, I mean, I've just probably in my 29 years, I've found like every time we had a major problem, I found once we commit to it and have a strategy towards it, we can impact things. So I think that's
okay. And so now I'm going to ask an academic question. Somebody mentioned, was this regarding your project at 56% township and 44% city? Is that to do with the task force or the thing you're talking about?
Yeah, so those stats were in terms of the targeted enforcement that the members did with our violence suppression strategy.
Okay, so is that the city township formula?
So it's a percentage based on a hard count of where enforcement took place during that violence suppression strategy. Okay. So 56% of the files that our members did for that particular strategy were in the township, and 44% were in the city. Keep in mind, those are people that are moving from the city and township, so they're not stationary. So it's the number of files based on the location.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, so, would that be, now, if you look at mathematically, I used to be a math teacher, would that mean mathematically there's more crime happening in the city than the township? Because of the ratio is usually higher, maybe 80, 20, 75, 25?
I don't think this would be an indication necessarily of hard crime numbers. It's an indication of where proactive enforcement took place. That was a percentage breakdown of the counts that the teams did by township versus city.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Davis? Oh, hang on. There you go.
Thank you very much for coming. I think a lot of answers. I was about prolific offenders and how if you could just get 4 or 5 of them off, you see and that was well taken care of. So I'll just skip on to my next question. We in Milner have the hotel, and we see you guys out all the time, and it's like an awful lot. Would that be categoried in something like this 96%? No, well, it just seems like it's, geez, where am I going with this? It's their heart. At nighttime, it just lights up everything. We see a lot of problems, and you guys spend a lot of time there. I guess there's nothing we can really do. I mean, what can we do about that sort of thing? I mean, it's not just in Milner. It happens like with prolific, I guess maybe that's just a comment. Keep up the good work, but I guess we're nothing, you can only get a phone call and off you go, right? It's not something you can go park a police car there and have coffee for an hour and maybe warp something to be a presence. Because with people that have problems that way, or drug or overabuse, or, you know, they just need to support themselves. Maybe just a comment. I just, the other thing is, okay, the rest were just very simple. No, but could you not run the police station if we put an extra floor on? I'm sure we could. Mayor Froze and I, we toured in 2011 together, and that was one of the first times I actually got to come on my own and leave on my own. But anyhow, I just drove by the Surrey Police Station on King George Highway yesterday, and I was flabbergasted on how many police cars were piled up. They had a parking lot that could have produced, it was unbelievable. And I know that, so if we give, I think that has to be a study. I mean, we have a nice, from our police department, or from our fire chief, you guys didn't give us a nice glossier. Anyhow, I think
next
that,
year.
guess where I'm going with this is that a police force, when you go out, everyone tunes in, they're in different areas. It's not like our township where we have a certain job to do and satellites, and that's maybe another topic. But I'm just, how's, in your opinion, how does it work? Are you cramped in there? Are you, everything's, is it something that we should really look at hard in the next years, 2 or 3 years to come, or is it something that you're managing?
I would say, in terms of, you're just talking office space in our...
Just the headquarters.
Overall, I think, for the next few years, I think we're okay. We can expand out to the community police offices, which is good anyways. It's, I think that's sort of my intention, I think. As if we build our numbers, that's where we can put them. And so I think I think we probably have put our minds to a new office in decades, maybe a decade ahead or something. But I do think in the foreseeable future, I think we're good for the next few years, in my opinion. Yeah.
Well, you listened to Mr. Whitelaw's, he was before us about, and it all makes sense. So anyhow, thank you very much.
Thank you
for coming.
Just to follow up on what Councilor Davis was getting at, you've listed the criminal offenses, and I know that they fit in a certain box, but calls for service you haven't talked about. So calls for service can spike, they can go down, but it doesn't result in a criminal offense. Do you know anecdotally or how that's shaped over the last couple of years? Because that's really what drives our budget in policing is calls for service.
Unless anybody else knows, I don't have that that minute for you today.
No, that's fine. Yeah, just.
It's definitely something we can include in reports, overall calls for service. I don't have all the numbers with me, but I do have the numbers for 2021 broken down by township and city. 69% of all police calls for service in Langley were to the township last year, and 31% were to the city.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, I just had a couple of follow-up questions here. Starting with one that had been asked earlier with regards to the violence suppression project, the 129 random vehicle checks. So I guess what I want to confirm is there's no chance that we could be accused of any kind of profiling, right? So, there was the same number of young men pulled over as there were young women or older men or people of visible difference?
All this project really was putting more police officers out at times when the roads are busiest, really. We're putting more police officers out that aren't responding to 911 calls to specifically go out and see what's out there. If that resulted in most cases of people getting pulled over, I would imagine the vast majority of those pullovers resulted in nothing, but some of them didn't. Yeah. And that is really what the project in a nutshell was. It was get the officers that are free to spend enough time to be able to pull over some vehicles, talk to people, see what's going on out in our city on Friday night.
Yeah.
And then that's what's leading to the success, basically, if I was to put it in 30-second synopsis. Like, it's not, it wasn't more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with regards to the 129 random vehicle checks, what percentage did you actually find something in?
I don't know if did we do that stat? I don't know.
No, we didn't break that down by percentage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something we could learn for the future. Going back to the, again, the proactive targeted enforcement of 56% in the township and 44% in the city. The costs of doing this targeted, were they split 56% township versus 44% city?
I wouldn't say that we look at it that way. It's more, we more send it out. We don't know where things are going to happen. So we put together a team and we send them out to all areas of Langley, both the city and the township. And we don't really have control of where things eventuate after that. You know, if there's a pullover that results in a major seizure in the city, that results in a number of files being generated, and at the same time, it could happen in the township. So,
but would the files, wouldn't the files be attached to the person, not the city?
But they're, you know, we're going out. That's the thing is there isn't files. I mean, we're going out without any files, just going out to see what we can find. The files get generated after we find them. It just so happened on these particular nights that's the way it was divided. If I'm right. You know, it ended up being the results of this particular project.
Okay. Well, and you're just being recently here, there is a long-standing concern on the township's part between the inequities or the traditional inequities that have existed in policing costs in terms of the township subsidizing the city. I think that for the most part that's probably been resolved, but I just would not want to see us going back in that direction. And that brings me to my third question, and I don't know if you're about to get into it, but council did get a report on April 7th with regards to the wage increases affecting the membership. And I did have some questions over that. Should I ask them now or just keep them till later?
It wasn't something I'll tell you, that wasn't part of what I was going to present today. So, but I mean, so whatever the best way you'd like to do that, you can ask them, and if I can't answer, I'll prepare a response.
Well, the reason why I'm bringing them up, I mean, a constable one here, level 1, has gone from 86,100 a year to 106,500 a year. That's a 23.7% increase. So we have to find that money, we have to pick that money up, and we have to continue to fund that money, which means that probably some of us are going to be really vigilant about making sure that that money is being spent in
100%.
the community that's funding it.
No, I expect that.
Yeah. Okay, so on those cost increases, each year there's been a market adjustment and an economic increase. Why two?
I would have to, honestly, I wasn't part of that analysis, so that'd be an answer I'd have to get for you and come back.
Okay, and it also, like this refers to constable level 1. Is that the vast majority of your employees, or are your employees at a higher level? And if your employees are at a higher level, did they get more than a 23.7% increase?
So the majority are not. So level 1's, I think it goes in like 6 months increments when they first get out of training, and then it gets up to the highest level. So the vast majority are the highest number of at the constable level.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's like a top ceiling for the constable level.
Yeah, I think for each rank it's about 2 years till you reach your.
So was it only the constable level 1s that got this increase, or did everybody get the increase?
Everybody has gotten a raise, actually. So all the what we call NCO ranks. So there's 4 NCO ranks: constable, corporal, sergeant, and staff sergeants.
Yeah.
And then above that, there's the officer level, so inspector up to our commissioner. Actually, we just found out last week that we got a raise as well. It's been across the RCMP. There was a raise.
Okay, so I guess we'll just have to talk to our finance people to get more details. So you're saying everybody across the board, all exempt staff, everybody's gotten an increase?
Every regular member of the RCMP has gotten a.
There's the RCP contract, and but those numbers aren't. You're not negotiating them here at the local detachment. They're being negotiated through the province and the federal government. So I think our finance officer or finance director could probably
Yeah,
give
but
more information.
my question is more about the exempt staff, if there are
That would be
exempt staff.
that's under our other union. So Mr. Backen, there's the RCMP contract, and then there's the QP staff, I believe.
Yeah, QP's not affected by this.
It's not affected by that contract with the RCMP. That's separate to the RCMP.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got that. Now, within, like, for example, superintendent, are you a member of the union?
No.
You're an exempt person then?
Okay.
And
I see
how
what you're
many
doing.
exempt people like you got a pay increase? And what was the average?
I think that's something.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. So RCMP contract. I don't know if they quite call it the same as our QP. There's exempt and non-exempt. They're all the contract came under the same negotiations, but the officers are appointed. They're we call them exempt here, but I don't think it's quite the same in the RCMP because your officers you're appointed by the Queen.
Right. Yeah.
And so it's a little bit separate. But maybe we can get more information
Yeah, but
from
you're
our.
paid by the taxpayer.
That's right. That's right. That's why I say they're appointed by the Queen.
Yeah.
Mr. Backen, perhaps we can get more information. I think this is sort of deviating from what the purpose of this presentation is, more on the stats, and we're getting it now into an area which is beyond what we're here to discuss
Okay,
today.
well, I just have one more question, and it pertains to this report, so perhaps
Sure.
superintendent can't answer it, but maybe staff could, and I can bring it up later. But the summary in this report on page 67 says the township is accounted for and has the funds available to make the required payment if it falls within the range as provided to us. And my question is, well, what happens if it doesn't fall within the range?
I think that would be more for our own finance.
That's for
Mr.
our
Backen.
staff?
Yeah, I think Mr.
Okay.
Backen, would that be more of our own internal?
That's correct, Your Worship. If there's specific questions as to the RCMP pay structure or the bands or who's in the bargaining unit and who's not, that's appropriate for the superintendent because we have no direct involvement with that. As you referenced, the federal government effectively enters into policing agreements with the provinces, and the provinces then have separate agreements with the municipalities that choose to have RCMP forces, and we're dealing with the totality of the numbers. As was referenced, the RCMP through their E-Division does communicate directly with municipalities in an attempt to try to expedite information flow and has advised us what they traditionally have indicated our fair share would be. I think we estimate that to be between $5 and $6 million, and that's approximately what we've put away. If those numbers were to be significantly different, i.e. they came back and advised us that there was a major issue, then that would be funds we would have to actually make up, either through the use of surplus and reserves at the time, if it was to be in place immediately, or through a subsequent budgeting session. Right now, though, I'll just confirm with Sandra that as far as we know, I think we're within the parameters they provided us, although I guess that's always subject to change. But Sandra, are we approximately in the range?
Yes, we have put money aside in that range.
Over the years, yeah. So
Yeah, and I'm glad that we did. I
Yeah.
thought that was a smart move that we did. What my concern is, this report says
Okay.
we may owe more than that.
that's right.
Yeah.
But I think
And
we're
so
within.
how much more?
Yeah.
And that's information we don't actually have at this point. In fact, we may have enough, we may not have enough. I think some of the media comments were about the municipalities that may not have had that sort of communication with the RCMP. So a number of smaller municipalities, for example, are very concerned about, $500,000 or $1 million, which is significant. But then they're in outlying areas that I don't think have the benefit of being able to communicate with E-Division directly. So at this point, we're in good shape. But the question is a good one in terms of if there's a shortage, yes, we would have to make it up, but we've got no information as to what that shortfall would actually look like at this time.
Okay, and if I could just go back and ask Mr. Backen a question of clarification. You said we don't have an understanding of how many employees are in each of the bands? Why wouldn't we have that understanding?
Right. What I'm referencing, though, is how the employees are actually paid within those bands. So we know roughly what the cost per member is, but we don't delve into the sergeants, inspectors, and whatnot. That's through the RCMP. And I think the superintendent would be best to describe that process, because there is a distinction between bargaining unit members and non-bargaining unit members, which I think we would reference as being exempt, but I'm not sure how they would actually reference them, because these increases, I believe, are applying throughout the RCMP to both bargaining unit members and non-bargaining unit members, all the way up to the deputy commissioner. So.
Yeah, well, and I think that that's a question that we should be asking to get an answer on, because it's obviously going to be costs we have to pick up, so we should know.
No, and those are good questions. I think for the purpose of today's presentation, that's something Mr. Backen can take away, and then I know during budget discussions that should really be discussed as how all that fits into the but we pay a contract price, and it's based on the number of members that we approve. But we should move on. If Councillor Ferguson, I see your hand is up, but if you could just wait, I think Superintendent Marsden has his presentation, and then I'll come back to you. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, but I think Superintendent Marsden, and we should move along. But thank you for those questions. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Well, statistics are always wonderful to look at. 100% drop, is one from 2 to 1.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we like those.
Thanks for listening. So the main reason actually in me coming here today was to talk about my strategic plan for the next 4 years. I actually did prepare a glossed booklet. So, but I think I forwarded that along. But so there should be like a complete document for you to review. So what I was going to do today was just kind of synopsize that. And just kind of talk about it. It's I think it's pretty much finally finished, and I just wanted to, as one last stage, just kind of run it by you and just kind of tell you what I did and what we put together, and just to make sure that there's no glaring gaps in your opinions that we shouldn't be considering. So with that, so that's my point. I would just like to get your feedback, and as the last stage of embarking on this plan. So I did talk to you a little bit about this a few months ago, I know, but just to recap quickly, and what I have put in the document is a little bit about where this came from. So when I arrived here in Langley, I guess 9 months ago now, I hired a consulting company to help me run the strategic plan, which I actually found was very beneficial now that I've finished it. She ended up doing a lot of analysis like globally and across North America and in Canada, not just in Langley. So I had tons of statistics and trends and pressures, and she also did a ton of analysis of our calls for service and the types of and the analysis of the demographics of Langley to consider as we put the plan together. As you know, I subjected a number of you to meeting with me for a few minutes just to get your opinions. I researched the township and city websites just to make sure that we were in line with those plans. And we did a lot of community engagements with our key stakeholders, their schools, Kwantlen First Nations, business community, as many as we could think of, just to put together who we thought we should focus on. At the end of the day, what that resulted in for the plan is we really located 4 broad categories of things that we want to concentrate over the next 4 years. And then practically speaking, to achieve those goals, what we want to do as a detachment is every quarter, so every 3 months, we want to sit down and identify as a management team how we're going to achieve each of these 4 goals and set measurables for each of these 4 goals. So I'm just going to take you through that quickly, just kind of what we're planning on doing. So in terms of the document that I'd forwarded, you will notice when you have a chance to look at it, it's a quick description of our detachment, just the frontline policing, of course, our uniform. Support team refers to our municipal staff. Investigative services is our detectives. Traffic unit is our enforcement teams and our traffic analysts. Community safety is our community policing officers, our mental health people, and our school liaisons. And volunteers are just the community volunteers we have working for us, which it says 75 there, but we're probably, because of COVID, probably sitting around 50, I would guess. The report also touches on what guides us in the RCMP. So we refer to the mission, and just so for your information, the mission comes from the headquarters of the RCMP in Ottawa. It's essentially taken from our website as to what our goals are in achieving. Same with the BC vision of the RCMP. And just a quick mention of the 6 core values that the RCMP tries to focus on as we work. A couple of key things that we were cognizant of, I think, when we were trying to put this together was that there was a few things about Langley. One is that we recognize it's one of the fastest growing communities in British Columbia. We understand that it has one of the highest number of immigrants coming to any community in British Columbia. So we knew with that we would be facing larger numbers in the city and a diverse population, changing demographic of younger people and different cultures that we will get to work with. And a couple of Langley specific things that are occurring, just exciting changes, I think, in Willoughby with it becoming denser and sort of a bit more urbanized, younger area, and also, of course, the SkyTrains coming to both the township and the city. And just wanted to be aware of those as we thought about what we could do. Another thing that came out in sort of our analysis was that mental health is obviously an issue globally and locally. In one survey that we researched, found that 2 out of 5 British Columbians feel that they're facing mental health issues. And this, interestingly, this wasn't just people we would see on the streets daily, with homeless people that are facing this, but also just I guess we'll call mainstream middle income and upper income people face the same issues. And with us attending calls at with these people, it's something for us to be able to know how to respond to. And there's also a growing interest in wraparound support. So in terms of us not just approaching our complaints as a police force, also working with different community groups, and if we have an individual that needs help or needs to is getting attention from us, we just need to know that in a lot of these cases we have to approach these people as a group with the different community supports, and sometimes we can have a bigger impact on people's lives in the long term if we kind of work as a team. Definitely that sort of thinking. And obviously the recognition that there's just constant increasing scrutiny of the police, and that we know that we are always being looked at with a higher standard, and that there's current assessment of the Police Act being done, and that the role of the police may even change. So just that we were aware of this when we were looking at it. When this was put together, they put it together in this sort of fancy package that refers to our 4 main goals under these different categories of calibrate, collaborate, plan, and strengthen. If I was to say them more simply, what we really found out is that in terms of calibration, what we're talking about is visibility. It came out loud and clear from all the people we spoke with, and all the input we tried to get was that people just want to see us more. They want to see more uniforms on the street. They want to see more bikes on the road. They want to see more foot patrols. They just want to see us out. So that was something that we are very cognizant of, and we will try to concentrate on. In terms of collaboration, that was just as I said, kind of about the partnership, more of an expectation that we don't just tackle things by ourselves, and that we work together for more effective results. Planning, this was one thing that actually sort of came from having the strategist work with me. Was that not something I probably wouldn't have just automatically picked from analyzing Langley stats. So this is more about sort of an expectation in the public with everything going on, that we should have the ability as a police force to, or a police, municipal police agency to be able to respond to big things that happen. So like in BC, we've had, the Ferry Creek protests. We've had the the wildfires, to respond to the flooding, the convoy protests, like just all these things going on, and usually involve more than just our detachment. It usually involves us working together with a number of different agencies and different police agencies. So we just want to be able to be streamlined. So if we have something like that happen, we're good to go, and it runs out in a coordinated, efficient manner. And then lastly is just to respond and have a good capacity to respond to what I've described kind of as the changing Langley. So respond to that diversity, and then how we do that, and really break it down. It really has to do with like making sure that I've had the place resourced as much as I can, and that our detachment is as representative of the people we're policing as I can make it. So very quickly, just of the four. So just give you an example of kind of what we're doing for each one. So for our first 3 months, we sat down as a team just to see how would we actually focus on that. So in terms of visibility, for the first foreseeable future, first thing we like to look at is putting together monthly crime maps, ensuring that we're working off intelligence and statistics to focus our attention, really concentrate on what we're doing in between our actual 911 call response, and focusing on that, and if we're using that as effectively as possible. There was a loud cry for a lot of traffic and bike patrol initiatives, as well as, and then also requested contact from the business community. So I just want to make sure that we have something monthly in contact with them. And then lastly there was some discussion about our media, that it could be modernized. So that's another thing that I'd like to work on in the years to come. And for each of these sort of objectives, we have sort of measures to see if we've accomplished them. So in this particular case, it would be us measuring our proactive patrol time, particularly in relation to foot and bike patrols. How are our calls for service doing? Are we actually reducing them from our initiatives? And then if we can do them, some citizen surveys. So that's just the focus for goal number one. If we move to number two, in terms of working together as a team to focus on homelessness and mental health. So in this particular case, we are trying to work with the different agencies. We've met with Fraser Health, Langley Community Services, other groups, and we're trying to put together a situation table that will essentially have us all working together to kind of focus on individual persons to kind of deal with them in a more of a long-term fashion. We also I would like to encourage my the relationships with my officers and the actual people in our communities and our streets that are suffering homelessness, and get some sense of getting to know the people that are out there. So it's a more personal response. Making sure that we work closely with our bylaws, and that we also address calls differently. If we find that certain calls are related to homelessness, that we might treat that differently than if it's somebody that isn't homeless and is just committing crimes, so that we deal with those files in a different manner. And then also I'm looking at expanding the size of our mental health unit. Last two, very quickly, is so in terms of number three, in terms of being able to respond to major changes that are coming. Firstly, is I'd like to be able to work very closely with our partners, so that'll be whoever ends up policing Surrey, Abbotsford, Transit, with the Transit Police coming in with the SkyTrain. So already I've met with Chief Dave Jones and Chief Mike Sir in Abbotsford. In terms of SkyTrain, Chief Jones actually already offered to provide me one officer from the Transit Police to work within our detachments. We're going to try to work that into two, and we're just creating an MOU on that right now. So that will augment our numbers and also hopefully develop a good system for when we work together in the years to come. We'd actually also trying to work with develop a bit of a ride-along program, so that we'll ride along with the Abbotsford members. They ride along with us, just so we know each other's protocols, and so if we have to work together, we know how our systems work. And then also just make sure that we're heavily involved with the Langley Emergency Program. so that any major events that happened, we're a big part of that team. And we'll measure that just by the number of MOUs and what have you that we've developed, and the number of scenarios that we've practiced in that. And then lastly is number 4. My last slide is so just in relation to being able to strengthen our capacity to respond to Langley's growth and diversity. So we are, as a detachment, trying to adopt the federal 40-30 challenge, which is essentially bringing our numbers up to about 50% female officers, and as well as working towards 30% on the other groups, so like racialized groups or LGBTQS plus groups, and so that we're more representative of the citizens that we're serving. I hope to be able to provide you in the years to come the human resourcing metrics that how we're doing with that to assure that we're supplying the enough manpower to respond to the needs of the township, and we are also looking at developing some of our managers. So in terms of like developing our ethnicity, diversity, and inclusiveness learning pathways, I'd like to put on a number of obligatory hours of training for my managers to get a good sense of our Aboriginal peoples, human rights, and the different cultures that we're policing, and to make them aware of the different events that are occurring within the communities that are moving to Langley. And I think that is mostly it. Yeah, I'd say that's a synopsis of the broader document that I provided that I'll allow you to review on your own time. But if there was any questions, that's basically just what I wanted to run through today.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Very, very thorough. You've done a lot of work. It's really good to see how you reached out. I know we had a good chat a few months ago. And it's good to reach out to all of council and get their opinions, and other groups in our community. I think it's so important. Policing, goes back to its roots way back when Sir Robert Peel and his principles of policing, and the police are the people and the people are the police. I mean, that really is coming through with what you've shown us today and how you're responding to our community. So thank you for that. I look forward to seeing how this all works out. But certainly, I don't know if you left too many stones unturned, but I know you'll always be improving on it, and I look forward to that. So I'll go to council for some questions on this report. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to your first goal, you referenced monthly crime maps. What are they showing? Are they consistent or are they changing, and how are you following up on these?
Yeah, so keeping in mind this is day one, but what the maps that I've seen right now, they tend to break the crimes up by crime type and then crime areas, and so really just giving us actual exact locations of where things are happening and what type of things are happening, and then that kind of just gives us the main goal of where we need to target our initiatives, I guess.
Okay, so these hot areas, I'll call them that for lack of a better term, is that something that the public should be made aware of so they can provide additional eyes and ears?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do actually bring there's I forget what it's called, but we do actually have I think it's a bi-weekly community consultative group where we actually present the maps to them, but that is something I think that for the future, I think that's something I could post if we could. That's kind of what I'm talking about with making our social media or whatever better, is if we did have a website for the detachment, I could see posting the maps on that just to give the public an idea of, what they should be on the lookout for.
Yeah, no,
that's
that's a great improvement. Your second goal, you talked about expanding the size of the mental health unit. How big? How many more officers are you going to have?
So we've already kind of, you were nice enough to give me 4 officers this year, so thank you. And of those 4, 3 of them I actually put in community policing, and 1 of them I added to the mental health team. So I know I will have 3. Yeah. So our goal actually right now is to have that team. My ultimate goal is to have that team working closely with either Fraser Health or some sort of psychiatric care. And then a lot of the other municipalities have a psychiatric nurse riding with a police officer. So that combination seems to work very well. You have the sort of expertise of both learning off each other. And so, to be honest, that's kind of my...
So your goal is 3 or your goal is?
Right now, it's 3. Yeah,
It's 3.
Just,
okay. And you mentioned cross-jurisdictional MOUs. How many are you looking to get signed?
So right now, 2. There would be right now we're working with Transit to get one signed in right now. And then whatever happens in Surrey, if I'm being presumptuous, I guess, but if that occurs in Surrey, then we'd be right on top of that.
And have we got one with Abbotsford already too?
I don't think we do, but I'll have to check.
Okay. And my last question, you're strengthening capacity, looking at this 50-30 target, 50% female and 30% other marginalized groups. How big a jump is this going to be in terms of numbers? Like, where are we now relative to 50-30?
Yeah, I know the RCMP isn't like where it wants to be. It's just, I think it's more, I think it's always a bit of a challenge for whatever reason. I don't know if it's the basis of the profession or whatever, but it's always, I think traditionally RCMP has never really been able to get the numbers that it's wanted. So I think we're behind, quite a bit behind, but kind of always improving. I don't know the exact numbers, but that's about as much as I can say about it, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe that's a good baseline for us to have a handle on if you're going to move towards this 50-30. Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Long.
Thank you. Yeah, so just online reporting, how is that going? I know that we heard about it a while ago. I haven't seen a lot of publicity on it. Is it working, and is it something that we can continue to promote, because people will be maybe more inclined to report than phone, right?
So definitely, I was asked how many. It's funny because when I first got here, I was learning everything, and I didn't even know that was occurring. So I was asked to give the stats for it. So then I didn't know we were doing it. So then I found out that we actually are getting a fairly significant number of complaints through that, and it's actually pretty effective. Like it's worth doing. Like I don't know the exact numbers, but it was significant. I was surprised.
So can that be publicized a bit more, either through the township page or a newspaper article or something, so people have an easy URL to push, and that if they,
And I think that's still tying into my goal of we need a better. Frankly, we need a better website and all that stuff.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you very much for coming today. I really appreciate your strategic plan. It sounds really excellent. And I know it's very high level at this point. But while I was listening to you, I was thinking about seniors in our community. We have a seniors advisory committee and also a couple of designations now. And I see them as being particularly vulnerable citizens of our community. So I'm hoping that at some point there could be maybe some assessment. I know seniors fraud and things like that are very much top of mind, especially with scams and things like that. But also, we have a new designation for a dementia-friendly community, and I understand that there's going to be quite a higher incidences of people living in our community that are going to, struggle with things that might put them into a bad situation vis-a-vis others, just, getting lost and all sorts of things. So just to put those in the mix.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And Councillor Ferguson, were you going to say that you were there to cut the ribbon for the detachment building? I know you.
I was there.
Yeah.
Cutting, believe it or not, it does require. It can have a third floor, but I think there's some engineering things you got to do with technology and stuff. So
building code
it's possible.
changed.
That's all I know.
All right, and I know you wanted to mention that. Thanks. Okay, so I don't see any other questions from council, so I want to thank you very much for providing that presentation and for bringing Sergeant Minhas and Ms. Evans in to provide a bit of background, a bit of depth to the report. That was really interesting, so thank you very much for that.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Now we'll move on to reports to council. And E1 is a development permit application number 101228. Dennett Enterprises Limited. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Long moves it, and seconder. Councillor Kunst. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, a couple of questions. The clerk's note says that public hearings are not required pursuant to provincial regulations, and I was just wondering why this would apply here. I wasn't clear on that.
Ms. Bauer?
At this time, council hasn't entertained a change to the current bylaw, development applications bylaw, that would reinstitute or make decisions based on the development permits.
Okay. Is that something we should be looking at?
Did that not come
I believe
before us before?
staff did bring a report forward, and council has sent it to the CPC.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask about the future proofing on this. I know this is a development permit, so we can only look at siting character and form. But it seems to me, looking at the picture on page 1 of the report, the vast majority of this property is now going to be impervious surfaces. So can I ask if the drainage system here is going to be sufficient to deal with the runoff from all these impervious surfaces?
Thank you. I think Mr. Richardson has an answer.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Councillor Richter, yes, that's correct. As part of the previous rezoning, the stormwater items would have been addressed at that stage. Also of note, as you pointed out, the site itself is proposing a building at 28% lot coverage. And this site in particular does have some significant impervious surfaces by way of 10-meter landscaped areas to the north and the west pursuant to the Gloucester plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Arneson? There we go.
Thank you, Worship. I had a question and just wanted to flag this further to the presentation that we had. So I'm not suggesting that we need to make any amendments to this to create any type of further densification. However, I would like to draw council's attention to an on-table item we received today about green roofs. So my comment about future proofing is between the time when the Township of Langley, through our climate action strategy, is going to mandate green roofs and now, I want to ensure that those buildings that are going forward are going to have some kind of capacity. There's a variety of green roofs that are possible, but it's not satisfactory to build a regular tilt-up building without having the pre-engineered capacity in order to support a green roof, because that doesn't make sense. And so I wanted to move an actual motion to add to one of the conditions on the list. If I can move that now, Your Worship?
I don't know if we can add, Mr. Backen, if you could maybe help me out with this, because I know it's form citing characters all we're looking at. The zoning is in place and they're complying with the zoning. So I know we've discussed this before, I'm just not sure. Maybe provide some background.
It may be best to make it a request and a requirement
Okay.
at this point, Your Worship.
Sure.
I mean, something we can explore, but I'm not sure because of the limited jurisdiction we have, we could actually require.
Okay, thanks. So Councillor Arneson, if you want to make it as a request?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
It's an amendment.
Sure. I'll try and read it slowly so that the clerk has an opportunity to take down the language. That the building incorporate standards of roof construction that would meet the load-bearing requirements of a green roof system.
Okay, so then the wording would be that request the proponent to look into that. Is that correct? That's the wording that you wanted? Yeah. 'Cause we can't.
It would be the motion, but it would be with the word request as opposed to require at the
That's
front
right.
end.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Arneson, second by Councillor Richter. So any discussion on that? I see none. Call the question on that amendment. Okay. So Whitmarsh. Okay, this is. And it carries with Councillor Kunst, Mayor Froese, Councillor Woodward opposed. So we'll move back to the motion as amended. And I'll call a question. All those in favor? Let's hang on. There we go. And it carries unanimously. Okay, we move on to E2. And this is the capital grants. So it's the 2022 Capital Improvement and Community Grants Report. And it's listed here. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmar, second by Councillor Kunst and Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, well, it's quite a long report, I know, and thank Mr. Telemetto and his people for processing all this. We did hear something from, it's on a table, plus we got something in our email from Anthony Cooper Schmidt from the Senior Center, and he was indicating how staff is going to go about reviewing some of the applications he put in, if I may, through the chair. That's my first question, if I may.
Mr. Telemetto.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ferguson. Yes, I did see the email from the Executive Director. When we review applications, we go through a whole list of what those criteria are. One of the issues with the specific grant that was submitted by the Senior Center was that they did not define a project that met criteria. They defined it as operationally to support recreation and education programs. The other aspect of the application that did not meet criteria was that they did not meet the requirement that the activity take place in the Township of Langley. Under past grant applications from this organization, they had proposed activities that were extended into our community, either at other seniors' homes or in locations within the township. So based on about 3 or 4 criteria, the application did not meet the requirement for a community grant.
So if I may, through the chair, just supplemental, so in your report, you said something about there'll be a further input. That would mean you're going to meet with the executive director and explain it more in detail, and if they may or may not come back with a better explanation, if I may?
No, I became aware that there is a support mechanism that the city of Langley uses to subsidize memberships. As individuals had come forward for consideration of that, I thought I would do an investigation of the City of Surrey's subsidization of memberships and bring something forward to council to consider. It may be, and I haven't done the report yet, but I'm doing the basic research. It may be a consideration of council to take a look at the city model, come up with our own model with respect to subsidizing membership of seniors groups in our community for consideration outside of the parameters of the current grants criteria, very much like we do for Gateway of Hope, to create something specific that amalgamates funding for capital improvements as well as activities of these organizations.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that answer.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I actually had, oops, sorry. Sorry. I actually had a number of questions on some of the applications, but I think to start with the actual motion, do we need to divide these and go through them one by one? Because the 4th recommendation down is that council review the applications not having met grants criteria and provide funding decisions. So it would seem to me we have to go through that table C2 one by one.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Backen, there might be a typo here. Maybe you could.
Your Worship, we can certainly go through them, but I think the word review should be replaced with the word receive, and then council would simply pull those off the receipt list that they wanted to discuss further.
Yes. Yep.
Speak here for some reason.
Oh, I know. I've got you on. I pushed the button. You're next.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just I pushed the button too hastily, so just leave it and
So
we'll get
we're
you.
changing that to receive, and we'll go through them one by one then?
If I
you
think
want to pull any off.
if you wanted to pull any, so it'll
Okay.
be receipt. So I don't know. I think that was just I should have caught that. We could do a real
Alright.
quick amendment to receive, just so that it's clear for the minutes.
Okay, I'll make that amendment.
There's a second to Councilor Woodward. So just show of hands. All those in favor Opposed? Carried. So the amendment to change the word review to receive. Okay, carry on, Councillor Richter.
Okay, and the last paragraph on the motion is the redistribution of 5,000 to a new grants category for smaller projects not meeting the minimum 250. And that new category be specific to social inclusion projects. I'm just wondering, how many of these do we get and what for usually?
We get 2 or 3 per year, and basically it's societies that are supporting disabilities that come forward with smaller projects like, I'll give the example of one that is within the application, and it's Dance Connections. They meet on a monthly basis to provide dances for people with disabilities at the George Preston Recreation Center. In the past, we have some specific to sports involving children in activities that they can't basically participate in because of their disabilities. It's those such projects that we've had over a number of years that keep on coming back looking for something that might be a stream that might be something that they could meet new criteria for. And this is from our observation of encountering these on a regular basis, we're making that recommendation at this point.
Okay, so we're getting 2 to 3 a year. So this provision of 5,000 is going to enable 10 per year, or up to 10?
It would enable up to 10 per year, correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So, Mr. Mayor, just a clarification on process here. If we have questions on any of these, do we go through them now, or are we going to divide and go through them one table at a time?
Well, I think if you have a question on any one, it'd be good to ask it now.
Okay.
But if you did want to divide, but I think we can probably go through them all as one group, but ask your questions.
Okay, so on page 13, this is table E2, second one down, the Langley Literacy Association. I'm just wondering why we're funding this and not the Fraser Valley Regional Library Board.
This is a project that they've held for probably a dozen years, or as long as I've been here with the township. And it's a project that is also funded by the city of Langley as well. And I do believe the regional library system also makes a contribution to this program of books that are distributed to children. But there's such a great number of lower income families in this community that projects of this nature are good for community.
Okay. And the meal delivery bags at the bottom of the page, this is a Rotary Club project. You're saying that it's a prorated amount because Rotary should be contributing more?
Correct. When we take a look at some of these, we take a look at financial needs in terms of the organization's capacity and who is bringing forward this. And when we review the application, we look to see whether the organization itself is making a significant contribution to these projects. And this is why it was prorated based on the application that was put forward.
Okay. Page 15, again, still table E2. The Heritage Apple Day. And this is the Derby Reach Bray Island Parks Association, and I think you've raised an excellent point there about, do we cross over the line into Metro Parks' responsibility? That's a great question, and I know that Metro Parks does have, it seems to me, very good programs to support their groups and associations. I'm wondering if this one should be set aside in case it's not funded, because the Heritage Apple Day is important to the community, because we've talked in the past about heritage apple trees and trying to keep them. This would be something that I think maybe we should check into with Metro Parks to see if they're going to fund it. If they're going to fund it, why would we fund it too?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, this is a society that basically takes the operations of the park. They're a little separate from Metro Vancouver itself. Yeah. I do believe they do receive funding through foundations and through Metro Vancouver for these initiatives. This is a plus ask. We have funded this in the past. However, as we tightened our criteria, we felt that it did not really meet the levels of meeting the threshold that we required with respect to funding. So I did want to bring council's attention to this, that they're now back to us with that request, but the potential to open this up to Campbell Valley Days and things of that nature at other Metro Vancouver parks then would exist if you do move that forward.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, what I'm going to suggest on this is maybe we let it go. I have a Metro Parks meeting on Wednesday morning.
Okay.
I'll raise it about whether or not they're prepared to fund the Apple program.
Okay.
And bring it back, but maybe we could approve it.
Okay.
And if Metro is going to fund it, we can remove it.
We can always come back, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
The changing communities and connections, and you're recommending $500 for them there. And by the way, this is a phenomenal report. I mean, the work that you've done is astronomical here. If groups fail to provide financial disclosure, why are we even giving them any consideration?
We often red flag some and bring it to the attention of council that organizations sometimes do not do their homework with respect to fulfilling that requirement. We're trying to strengthen our grant application program that makes them very much aware that this disclosure is necessary for us to make the determination of whether they are meeting criteria.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is Table D on page 18, the Rib Fest. It says here, financial need has not been established. So if they don't need the money, why are we giving it to them?
We have funded projects in the past that are intended to generate dollars that support initiatives in our community. So it's up for council review because there's the establishment that the dollars that we are transferring to them through the grant are being spent well in the community. So it meets most criteria because the activities that they're undertaking for the Rib Fest are free to the public in terms of the entertainment. So there is great value in the application that's been put forward, but they don't really demonstrate why they need our additional dollars to operate this.
Can we link this one to the previous one on the meal delivery bags for students and seniors? Like, can we request the Rotary to use some of the monies they generate off of that to better fund the meal delivery bags program?
It's two different. It's two different organizations.
It's two separate things. I don't think that would be advisable to take that approach. They are both the Langley Rotary Club Foundation, though.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. Like, if they don't need the money, but we give them the money, can they use the money for another project?
I mean, it's at council's unfettered discretion as to how they approach a specific request for funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks for that report. I actually really appreciated this year's format and how clear it was and easy it was to get a grasp of all the applications. I don't have any real questions or comments. I just wanted to start funding a few that are currently not funded. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, how you want to do that.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is receive this, and then once it's received, we can go to that list. That's kind of what you were saying. Then we'll go to that list and pick a few
Okay,
out. So that's basically the fourth paragraph. Are those the ones you're referring to?
No, so that's the challenge there. So I actually
Okay.
wanted to review one in Table A, specifically the Willoughby Hall request for $1,200, even though it's technically not a capital improvement. I think we can find that money this year.
Okay, so then maybe it's an amendment. Mr.
It would be an
Backerman?
amendment, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Your Worship. If it's kind of associated with the list, we can do it as an amendment. If it's new items to be added, we can do it at the end of this motion and add separate items.
So if you wish to make.
I'll make that amendment.
Okay,
Yeah.
so could you just.
I just want to
clarify
fund. I just want to fund Willoughby Hall, Willoughby Community Hall Association request for $1,200 under A1-1.
Is there a seconder? Second by Councilor Whitmarsh. So I'm open up amendment. Councillor Long, I see your finger up. Did you want to speak to the amendment? Okay, push your button. I've got, so just on the amendment. No, that was Councillor Richter's next.
I have to fix that in a break.
Councillor Richter. No, I got Councillor Richter. She was ahead of you on the button push. See, it's a button push. Yeah, so on the amendment.
Okay, what I'm worried about with this is that it's coming in under capital improvement grants, and it really isn't capital improvement. So is there any way we can clearly identify this as an exemption this year so that it is not repeated in future years by other groups who want to get replaceable equipment, or not, it's not even equipment, they're tables.
So are you?
Yes, Ms. Tilmel. So with this motion and this amendment, if it is to pass, would it be just for this year only? Wouldn't be an automatic next year? We're not setting a precedent. Is that
So
correct?
through your worship, in past, where there is a project that does not meet criteria of that insignificant amount, council has used council contingency fund to do it. That keeps the process and the criteria the same every year.
Okay.
Because next year, someone else will come
Yeah.
with respect to card tables or backgammon games. It could be a whole bunch of things. So
So
the
I-
recommendation is to keep it separate from the grants.
Okay.
Okay,
Program.
could I amend the motion then to have it funded out of council contingency?
Yes, you can make that motion.
I'll make that motion.
Second that.
Second, okay. So do a show of hands on that amendment. All those in favor and opposed? Councillor Long opposed on the, okay, so it carries. So now we're back to the amendment as amended. So Councillor Arneson, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since we're going through the list, I just wanted to flag a couple of items, and I'm just.
We're on the
Oh,
amendment.
sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We're on the amendment as amended, so.
Rats. No, I'm not speaking to that.
Okay,
sorry.
okay. Councillor Long, so on the amendment as amended. on the
Yeah,
card
folks,
tables.
we can't, you cannot do this, because if you're gonna give these guys card tables, then all the halls are gonna need tables. So, I mean, you really have to be fair. And all you gotta do is go to the dinner and buy the socks, right? And then you guys, they can buy all the card tables they want. So as much as, I don't know what the efforts are trying to be accomplished here by council, but you can't bend the criteria and buy card tables for one hall and not put card tables on the criteria for everybody, no matter where it comes from, council contingency or the grant fund or whatever. So as much as I love the Community Hall Association, that just doesn't cut it for me, card tables, so.
Okay, thank you.
So council, don't support it. Buy the socks instead.
All right, thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah,
on
no,
the socks.
Yeah, on socks. I didn't actually know I would have to speak to this one, but I just want to clarify so that, there's some of the rationale here. So we've got, 71,000 going out, I think, out of this program this year. They've highlighted that they have a need. They're not asking for anything else this year. Some of the other community halls too, like Fort Langley, Murrayville, and so on, there's some significant expenditures going out. So to me, if this year they need a little bit of help with something like that, technically not capital, but it helps with the operation of the hall, I really don't see any reason to even consider opposing it. All right, thank you.
Okay, so on the, I'm going to call the question on the amendment as amended, and that's through your buttons. That's E2. Okay. That carries. The Council Long opposed, so I'll close the results. Okay, we're back to the main list. Council Woodward, you still have the floor. I had a couple more. I had one or two questions under table C2, but I can leave that. No, you got the floor, so.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask about the Legion parade, that wasn't funded. So can you maybe go through the rationale for that?
Sure. Okay.
Through your worship to Councillor Wood, some applications come in very much lacking for information. And with respect to this application, they did not present a plan or a budget specific to what their actual costs were. They just clearly just presented, we would like funding under the parade category up to $5,000 for what staff would consider a procession rather than a parade that may attract maybe up to 1,000 people, whereas a parade has that lowest number criteria of 5,000 people. So these are the reasons. When an application comes in very much lacking of information, we judge it based on the merits of what is given to us.
Okay, just one more, Mr. Mayor. I'll accept that. The Legion block party, can you explain that one to me as well, please?
Again, the application was very much lacking in terms of information as to what it would actually be supporting, what the project actually is, outside of a block party that they wanted to host, but no financial disclosure, no information to be able to judge it on the merits of whether or not it would achieve 250 people minimum for a community grant.
Okay, so I did more general question, if I may, just while I'm on the floor, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
So are you finding that that's a common issue, that the grant applications are onerous, or people, they see the criteria and they just don't provide the information? Can you give some insight into maybe how the process could be improved for groups like this?
So the grant criteria are very clear, and so is the application process. It's been cut down substantially. Often when a group like a smaller group might be applying for the first time, staff will reach out to them and have a conversation with respect to how they might meet criteria. But often the capacity of volunteer organizations is very limited, and sometimes they don't get what we're trying to help them with. Staff go into this in terms of wanting to make it very easy for all organizations to apply for good things that they want to bring forward to council. However, we cannot hold hands with respect to walking them through the process unless they're willing to reach out to us or to take our advice.
And I just had one more. I'll leave other members of council maybe to make amendments. But just one other question. Are you finding maybe in some cases the cost of administering the grant applications is more than the grant applications, more than the grant itself?
I am not aware what the costs are. It is a very simple process. It would take most groups no more than couple hours.
Oh, no,
to
I actually
complete.
was referring more to staff time. It's like staff time, the cost of it processing and administering a $500 grant or a $2,000 grant application. We would end up spending more processing it than just distributing it.
Through your worship, to Councillor Woodward, there is a significant amount of time that is spent with regard to this. However, that amount of time has been reduced significantly since prior paper application processes. So we've trimmed down the time that was required. However, in this instance, as I reported, many individuals were going into the process not knowing whether or not we would have limitations of gatherings and how to approach their applications. So that's the time that it took this year, is to sort through their discussions and deliberations as to whether or not it would meet criteria. The application deadline is the 28th. At that point, we still did not know what restrictions would be in place due to COVID-19. In a normal year, the process takes staff a lot less time because of the automation of the process.
Right.
But this year was a little special.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Along the same lines, I did also flag the Aldergrove Legion, and it may be, and I understand there's an inordinate amount of work and helpfulness that's come from staff to try and get these questionnaires completed so that they can be processed. However, I do wonder, especially given our special relationship with the Aldergrove Legion, we now have a nice certificate on our wall we've had for a while saying how much we appreciate them. So I wondered if there might be an opportunity today to consider advancing a secondary follow-up for them in particular. It may be because of COVID, it may just be because of organizational things that they couldn't quite, categorize the different amounts. I have no clue. But given our relationship with them and the wonderful work that they do, I think we should take that extra step and see whether or not either the block party or the other one could be accommodated this year with our funding. And yeah, well, that was the thought on that one. I did have another one though. It's actually having to do with the dry grad. So I wondered if the dry grad, my recollection is that that ask really comes from the school district, that it's sort of prescribed historically. So if you could refresh my memory, has that amount changed substantially?
The amounts for the scholarship categories in the dry grads has remained consistent for at least the 6 years that I've been involved in the grants processes. I would suspect that it has been set at those amounts for at least 10 years.
Okay, because my thought is upon reviewing this with the cost of everything going up, it seemed that maybe, not this year, but maybe next year, we should review that amount to see if there's more funding that would be appropriate to help to defray some of their costs. I mean, it's wonderful they're getting the money, but you know, maybe another $50 or $100 would be helpful to them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, yeah, if you could flag that for next year's process to bring to council prior to the grant application. And also from Councilor Arneson, if you wish to, if you could just reach out to the Olive Grove Legion, and then if there's any additional, it could come back to council, and then we could look at it.
Okay, just for clarification, Your Worship, you would like us to open up the application again and work with the group to see that they might meet criteria in one of the two categories for support. Okay.
And then bring it back to council.
Thank you.
Thanks. And you don't need a motion, just direction.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Long?
Well, just on that, we don't have to have, it doesn't have to come back to council if you work something out with them, or do we have to have a special?
I'm not sure, because the process is now, today, we're going through this process. Does it need to come back to council for funding? It'd come out of contingency or come out of?
It actually depends on what the decision of council is for the next report that's coming forward, because it varies the dollar amount.
Yeah.
And if council could be, reject the next one, so.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, mine is on another one then. It's going back to the Langley Senior Resources on page 16. So my understanding is that, similar to what's been said earlier, that there may be some complications or misunderstandings, and Anthony's being new to the job, on how they filled out the form, because they did get a grant in the past by extending those services into the homes of township residents. So I'd like to make an amendment, Your Worship, that the grant be approved based upon previous years' application that extended services into the homes of township residents.
Okay, is that, okay, so is that?
And that is for C2-4
C2, okay, so
on page 16.
So C2, we're going to take us separate motions because we're just receiving it in this motion. So I think we'll just go.
Well, I'll make an amendment.
Make an amendment
I think
to
we're
it?
amending them as we go, and then we'll take the.
Okay, I'm just going, okay.
Yeah.
We'll,
If I could, sir.
Yeah.
We actually have already moved the entire set.
Yes.
So this would
Okay.
just be an amendment to
Okay,
that.
fair enough. Okay,
So
so
the
Councilor
amendment,
Long?
yeah, so that amendment pertains to page 16 on the, and it's the reference number C2-4. So
And
that
second,
would be
yeah.
2,500, yeah.
Yeah, moved by Councilor Long, second by Councilor Coons. So I'll open up amendment. Any discussion on that? Call a question. Actually, I'll have to push the button now. Hang on.
How funded?
Okay, Councilor Ferguson? Oh. Okay, sorry. Did you vote in favor? I just put, okay, good, it's in favor. It's unanimous.
Thank you,
that amendment.
thank
Thanks.
you.
Your
That's all I
Worship,
had.
just to clarify, that's from the grant funding or from the council contingency? Both words were said, so we just.
No,
need to know.
it's grant
Grant
funding,
funding
because
on
it's, yeah, if the criteria is based upon last year, they got the grant for that before.
Through Your Worship, also, will they need to work with us to reframe some of the other criteria? That is one of several criteria. Their application lacked in explanation of how they meet criteria. One of the questions is, Key, please explain how you meet the following criteria involving Langley residents. There's a whole list. So,
Well, Your Worship,
Okay,
I think the direction is that you're going to work with them, and if they don't meet the criteria, another problem. But it sounds to me like they could meet the criteria if they put the
good.
grant in like they have in the past years. They just didn't mention that they were going to go into the homes.
thank you for the clarification.
Great, thank you. Okay, move on to Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question with regards to a couple of items in Chart C. So particularly I'm looking at C8 and C11. And I'm just wondering, on these items, there's a decision made to do funding, but they've been prorated. I'm wondering how the decision is made to prorate them.
Could you just explain for those who don't have the report open?
Sorry.
What C8
Okay,
and
so
C11
C8
is?
is Encompass Support Services Society. It's a program in the park. So they requested $2,500, and it says that it's a program for underserved children in the community for summer programs, and it prorates it to $1,500. And it does mention they didn't provide full establishment of financial need. Is that the reason why it gets prorated? Is because they're missing an element of the application? So we decide it's worthy of giving it, but not the full amount. Is that?
Project is worthy, but based on their financial statements, their overall financial statements, which show significant dollars for the organization itself, and no presentation that they're putting dollars into the program. This is how we base our recommendation as to whether it be prorated or not. So it's the contribution that they're showing towards the project,
Okay.
and us making a recommendation that because the numbers of that they're going to attract is roughly around 250 to 300 people, we're recommending that it be a prorated amount that is given for those activities that have been explained to us. $1,500 for 250 to 300 people goes an awful lot of way to support a program of this nature. Same with the Little Black Book. The Little Black Book we've never funded to the full amount. They've moved from a actual physical printed document to a digital thing. So they're rolling a lot of the information on. So again, staff are taking a look at the overall financial picture of the organization as they're presenting, and the fact that they're not printing the document that costs an awful lot of money, we're recommending a prorated amount for that organization as well. But they've been prorated for the last 3 years by council.
Great. Okay, and is that as Encompass, their program in the parks also been prorated in the past?
They haven't presented, I don't believe they presented this particular proposal. I think this is a new one. Last year, I think the same activity was proposed by the Outer Grove Rotary Club. So similar.
And it was prorated at that time?
It was likely prorated as well, yes.
Okay, all right, that's good, thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, I want to go back to, again, table C2. I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. So the Heritage Apple Day, if we pass it, is that $800 staying in, or is it coming out? Because the motion is just to receive. It doesn't mean we're giving it.
It's in the category not to fund or for council to consider funding outside of all the criteria, yes.
Okay, so in that case, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment that we fund it for this year until we get clarification from Metro Vancouver Parks.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councilor Arneson. Okay, so on that amendment, Councilor Long, if you want to push your button again because it goes to other. There you go, Councilor Long.
Okay, so my understanding, and maybe council needs to, that we're going through the C2 table and that we're going to pass them all.
Yeah, but I've been advised by the clerk, if you wish to make an amendment, we're doing it that way. We're receiving it, but now we're amending.
So the amendment would be something different than it's on C2. So the amendment, it already says they're going to get $800 on C2, so we don't have to amend it.
We'll get some clarification.
Right?
So on the,
and if that isn't the case, I'll make the motion that all the C2s be funded, and that, and of course, we're amending them as we go a little bit.
Okay, let's just get some clarification on that. I'm going to deal with the one amendment first.
Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Tilemello to help, but the actual motion of the series, and we're focusing on them comprehensively, as a council received the applications, not having met grant criteria identified to be determined by council in table C2. Peter, I take it that the Heritage Apple is not meeting the criteria?
No, the recommendation is to give them 800.
It depends on what table it's in. So, Peter, what
No,
table?
if it's in C2, it's up to council to
push the button. which we're doing with this.
Sorry, I was going to use the statement cherry pick.
Apple
But this
pick.
is apple pick.
Pick, yeah.
So to pick and choose whether to fund these projects because they meet most all of the criteria. With regard to the Apple Day, I posed the question under C2 whether or not we want to be funding Metro Vancouver Park projects. And that's, I believe, where Councillor Richter had pulled it out and said we could go and find out whether or not Metro Vancouver is funding this. And if they aren't, then I believe you said you wanted to see it funded for a specific amount. There is no amount that I have specified under that particular category. You would have to
Oh,
say.
it says amount recommended,
Oh, sorry.
$800.
Oh, yes, okay, sorry,
Yeah.
that's correct.
So I'm
Yeah.
saying, let's fund that, I'll get clarification, and if Metro is going to cover it, then they don't
It's
need
only
our money.
$800. It's even more than the card table.
Does that remain then, that criteria?
So the motion, I think, would be to fund it, provided it's not funded by Metro Vancouver.
Okay.
If it is funded by Metro Vancouver, then we wouldn't fund it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Then that's okay. Okay, I think we're good on that. So I'm going to call the vote on that amendment that we fund it if Metro doesn't. Oh. Okay, so that carries unanimously, although he votes in favor. Okay, saves me having to do that. Councilor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, the one on the following page, this C2-3 on page 16, I don't think we should be funding that, but we're not. If we're just receiving it unless somebody wants to
Unless
fund
someone
it.
brings it forward?
Yeah, okay, so
Yes.
we're just receiving it, we're not funding it. Okay, that's the clarification I wanted, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Long?
Well, I think we're going about this kind of.
It is what it
I'd like
is.
to make a motion that we fund all of the C2s, and then we continue to amend them if there needs to be more money or money taken out. Wouldn't that be easier, or do you want to go through each one?
Well, I think the process we're going through is through each one if you wish to add it, because several have already been done, so.
Well, I'll add them all. I mean, the staff's done all the work here. There's $500 going, that $500 that Councilor Richter's talking about, well, we could talk more about that, but you've got the Human Dignity Coalition that getting only 500, and, I mean, if we're gonna give card tables away so easily, why can't we give away real worthy work here where the staff are saying this almost meets criteria? So I'll move all the other ones on that table so we can get this moving here.
Is there a seconder?
On C2, right?
Yeah. I don't see a seconder on that. Okay.
Well, wait a minute, I can move them one at a time then, you mean?
Well,
Oh, we got all the time in the world, I guess we'll do it that way. How about I move the Langley Human Dignity Coalition for 500?
well, Councillor Long, I think what the purpose of this was to provide us with this information. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go through each one. Is there, like, there should be some good reasoning. So far, I've heard good explanations for each one. Just because it's there, I don't know if that's sufficient enough reason just to move it. Council didn't second the motion to move them all, so if you have a specific one that you wish to move.
Yeah, I'm going to move the Langley Human Dignity Coalition, which has got quite an explanation as to what happened there.
Okay, and that one
They
is-
didn't acknowledge
okay.
our funding, which is, you know, a slap on the wrist, I guess, and, but it looks like a worthy project, doesn't
Okay,
it?
is there a seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds it, so that one's now on the table. Yeah, go ahead.
Is he moving 2,500 or 500?
500.
500,
I'm
okay.
moving the staff recommendation. I
Okay,
think we
thank
should
you.
have done that right away, anyway.
Okay, so on that one, I've called the amendment, so Sino, want to call the question on it? And it carries. Councillor Richter, Councillor Ferguson opposed.
Okay, well, that's all of them, except the one that Councilor Richter talked about.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Richter, I've got you on the list. There's something in your, we have to check with staff later. Every time I put your mic on, it pops.
It pops,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Your worship, we're going to be switching it out at the break.
Oh, okay, okay, it's the mic, okay.
Yeah, no, I had no more.
Okay.
I don't want to fund the Langley School District Foundation. They can fund themselves.
Okay, so now we are at the motion as amended, and The amendments are the Apple Day, the tables, Langley Seniors Resource Center, and the last one was the $500, human indignity, yeah. Okay, so that's the motion as amended. I'm gonna call the vote. Carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. And all the years I've done this, it's never been easy, but I'm sure it's harder for staff. You've done, as been mentioned at council table, a phenomenal amount of work to help. I know you go in there with a yes before a no. You're trying to help these organizations get the grant, and we appreciate that. And I know we did tighten it up, but it's important that it's our tax dollars and our residents' money, that we're good stewards of it, and you do a very good job of making sure that it's dealt with properly. So thank you very much to you and to your staff. So if you can pass it off from council. I think council has mentioned that a few times. Oh yeah, the big heavy box. Do you want to help them with that, Councillor Davis? There's a lot of applications, a lot of work, but it is community building, and it's important, and I know it's appreciated by the groups. They work hard to raise money. So again, thank you. So I think we're now on to E3, and this is the grant. Councillor Woodward moves the grant request from Langley Rugby, second by Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, whoa, there goes.
Yeah,
there goes again.
we'll change the mic out. It sounds
Maybe
like.
you should just leave it on. I'm just wondering why the rugby club would get special consideration over all the other clubs. That's my first question. And my second question is, this clearly states that we're talking a total budget of, what was it, $750,000? What happens if the budget for this goes over $750,000? Are we on the hook for picking up the overage?
Would Mr. Backen, I think Mr. Backen?
Your worship, I guess in reverse order.
Questions?
The second part, no, it's up to the club. This is a grant. If there's any overages, unless they come back to us, it has to be on their coin. And as the first part, this is actually following up from the delegation and communication, so this is really up to the will of council in terms of the rationale and the motivation behind it. So it's on council's purview, council's domain, based on what the delegation said, but it's up to council to make those delineations between this and other clubs.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was up there on the weekend, had a look around, and I think this is great. So I support it. I think that other user groups, if they come forward with matching funds, I think we would be more than open to helping them on there. They got a good little thing going there, and I think it's great that we can support it, and I think this is wonderful. I just had one question about what year is the prior year surplus coming out of? Is it 2023 that we're going to see this, or is it 2022 that's we're just going to find the money?
Likely 2022. We're going to see when the books are wrapped up for 2021 if there's anything that can roll over, but likely 2022.
So the goal is to fit this within 2022 excess funds that would have carried forward to 2023?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I think that's great, and let's get this one done. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, so I'm also supportive of this. I'm also supportive of this request for funding. I guess the question I wondered I had was just around possible use for the township on these fields, and I was wondering what is the understanding for township to have some access to it for maybe some of our rugby programming or that sort of thing from the community. I'm just wondering what is part of the agreement.
Through your worship to Councillor Whitmarsh, in the past they have come to assist us when we've had field usage in the township, and they also support the local high schools using that field as well. Again, because of the all grass turf surface, it's something that they open the doors to those organizations and come to our support every now and then.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I support this, actually. I think when I read the entirety of the report and considered it in the context of the ask, I realized the Township of Langley, as I'm sure we're all aware, is very stretched to come up with the resources for fields, etc. So it seems to me that this is a really rational economic approach to what the need is, because it was clear in the report this is an underserved group in the community and has been historically. So we're taking these residual funds and we're putting them into something, and I just want clarification, but I think the staff report said that in the planning of this, So we are already considering that there will be community use that's already built into this process. But should something happen similar to other situations where we're funding a hall or something like that, in the event that that membership group is no longer able to continue, it will revert to us. So we're protecting our property interest by this modest investment. Is that correct?
That is correct. They have
Okay.
a revert to township clause should the society go belly up.
Okay, well, I think that is a good safeguard, but thank you, I'll support this.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. If I may, through the chair, Mr. Telemello, I think going back a number of years when just they played in Milner, there was a field that it was a TOL, a township field. It was just mostly men's rugby, and now they have their own facility. And I guess my question is, they've expanded it so they've got youth rugby, they have beyond youth little guys, and now have women's rugby as well. And that used to be a criteria as well when you looked at it. Is that not correct in the past, if I may through a chair? Looking at both youth, both children and men and women, or male, female. That used to be a criteria.
That would be in keeping with the township's objectives, but it is not a specific requirement, criteria that we've imposed on them. It's just the reality of today.
Yeah, and I wanted to point.
Meet those needs.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to point that out to council, that they are reaching out. And I know that fields are expensive, that saves a field, and if they're going to have volunteer help and this and that, it's a win-win. And I guess if the schools, elementary and secondary schools are using it, and also there's other opportunities they have for, again, it's young youth, and I guess obviously adults as well, but mostly they're trying to emphasize youth as well. Oh, I support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kunst? You got it.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I just wanted to say that I too support this. Langley Rugby Club has a very long history here in Langley, and it's offering such a great community benefit for kids and adults to play rugby. So I think it's a small price to pay for what if we had to do it ourselves, would cost a lot more. So yes, I'm in support.
I'm getting suspected spam on my phone. There we go. Councillor Davis.
Hi, thank you. Everybody, I support it. The field is environmentally friendlier than the rubber field. With Gavin, I've been on a lot of rubber fields, and they actually stated in this report, I don't know if it was you, I'm trying to find it, but that it's environmentally more friendly.
Yes, from the perspective of
runoff.
The heat, I don't know what the word is, but climatic change, it is more environmentally friendly from that perspective. In terms of pesticides and everything else, it may not be so environmentally friendly. It was just a comment that I made, but there is a need for both types of fields in our community. Given the types of seasons that we have, we do need the synthetic turf fields as well. But from the perspective of players, they don't like to be tackled on a synthetic turf field. Yeah. So it has a big advantage in that regard.
Well, I know it's a little off subject, but yesterday or the day before, there must have been over 70. Over 70. They were playing. I don't know how. They were a bunch of old guys. I didn't recognize any of them, and on LSS there, and I thought to myself, I could maybe keep up to that, but I would much rather fall and play. It's a slower than the turf. You go faster, the ball bounces faster. But anyhow, the other thing is, I'm just concerned. It's just a question. It's the field house. I know that it's a big dream. It's a big thing. Will any of these funds? It doesn't say it here in the Langley additional playing field budget that I believe they put forward, but is any funds going to go into that field house, whether it's foundations, footings, or anything, or is all the money going to go into the parking It says here, field access road, 163,000. And because if you're gonna have another playing field, you gotta have parking. So is that, and it adds up to 750,000, so it doesn't say anything about the field house. No field house?
Through your worship to Councillor Davis, the request is to help support that field, that additional field. So in terms of the council motion is towards that as opposed to the field house or any other objective.
Hey, I think
they're not asking for
Yeah.
the field house or the parking area.
I know the Langley Rugby Club's a good organization to have. I think voluntarily they built the other field. Like everyone came down, Logan's came down with a tractor. I mean, they did all sorts of things down there that shows their spunk, and I absolutely support it. I'm just concerned about the field house, but maybe we don't have to worry about the field house. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see no further discussion. So I just want to say, I was going to make this as an amendment, but maybe we could just take this direction that instead of a ribbon cutting, that the staff and council take on Brian Anderson's team. There we go.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, sure, we can approve a field, but nobody wants to get on it. All right, okay, I won't do it as an amendment, it'll be direction. Probably not followed. I'm going to call the question on E3. Carries unanimously. See you on the pitch. Do they call it a pitch? I'm not a rugby player. I'm on the what? On the field? Oh, okay, match, yeah. Touch. Oh, okay. Yeah, good. Touch rugby. Yeah. Mark and I will do it. All right. After that, we're going to move on to bylaws. So we got F1, bylaw for first and second reading. This official community plan amendment and rezoning application number 100162 and development permit application number 100978 and development variance permit application number 100105. Bylaw 5775, bylaw 5776, this is Qualico Developments. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconder. I have a second, sorry. Second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, on page 51 of this report, there's a green area that I can't read what it says. So I'm wondering if staff could tell me what the name of that green area is. And then on page 16 of the report, it doesn't say how many significant trees are outside of there's no significant trees outside the proposed multifamily area, but it doesn't say how many significant trees are in this green area. It does say that a total of 131 replacement trees are required, and that the applicant is only going to plant 64 trees on the single-family lots, with 67 trees being planted on public lands. So can I ask, what exactly is this green area? And does this green area require trees in order to be a green area? And if it does require trees, how come it's not getting trees planted on it?
Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Worship. If you just give me a moment here, maybe I can perhaps advance the slides to the subject application. Your Worship, I understand Councillor Richter's question relates to where my cursor is located right now, the green area indicated here on the northern portion of the site. That is a protected watercourse area. So back in 2019, Council reviewed a separate application. Subject to third reading on that application, this subject watercourse in the green area was identified and has subsequently been protected as part of the current site plan we see here today. The second part of the question, the second green area, which is the southern part of the site, was an ecological greenway. The second part of the question pertains to protection of significant trees. As outlined in the report, there are no significant trees outside the brown area here, nor the green area here, which is protected. The brown area here although subject to the plan amendment and rezoning, is not subject to development permit currently. Those are the items I can share at this time.
Okay, so how many trees are in that beige area if we're also passing a bylaw restricting any tree cutting? Like, I don't understand how many trees are coming down and why we would even consider taking trees down around a stream side protection and enhancement area. Like, how can you protect the stream if the trees are gone?
Mr.
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, for clarity, no trees are proposed to be removed in the green area identified by my cursor currently, nor in the brown area identified here, as there's not a specific development permit. As you've noted, part of the development prerequisites are a restrictive covenant, ensuring that no adjustments to this portion of the site are made, including any trees, until a future review of a specific development permit by council.
Okay, so why don't we have a count, because there is something here on page 54 that shows a tree management plan, but it does show a lot of trees coming out. Like, this just does not make sense to me. Why would we even be pursuing this?
Okay, I think Mr. Richardson's doing his best to answer that, but it is up to each member of council to cast their vote, so.
Okay, well, I think you can't have a streamside protection area with no trees, so
Okay.
I'm not supporting
Okay,
this.
thank you. Councilor Woodward. Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a question through to staff, Mr. Mayor. I was curious why, with the OCP amendment, and then coming back, which I'll speak to in a second, additional 7 units, that didn't trigger CAC policy 5.2F for the additional items, the additional units.
Mr. Richardson?
Just for council's
Just getting
information.
to that,
So just for council's information, 5.2F is where if you're requesting additional density with an OCP amendment, that 3 times the fixed rate CAC applies. Just curious why that didn't apply here.
Be based on the application date, or is it?
So I'm assuming that it doesn't,
Yeah.
because it wasn't mentioned like it
Okay.
usually is in the CAC section of the staff
Just wonder
report.
if that's, yeah. Get that information.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move on for the
Okay,
members of
sure.
council if there's anything else, if
Yep.
Mr. Richardson wants to take some time.
Okay, so maybe Mr. Richardson, you could get that information for us at a future date. It might, I don't know if it's the application date or if there's an oversight, but I think we'll move on. And if you can get that information back to council, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I'm happy to make an amendment to require it if Mr. Richardson has any information.
Through your worship to Councillor Woodward, the information with respect to the CACs is included in page 15 of the agenda.
15 of the report?
And outlines the target amounts.
Yeah, no, I.
The subsequent question is with respect to the plan amendment. I can get further information. My current understanding is that the plans allow for a blending of that density. Therefore, the blending of the density would accommodate the units proposed. Otherwise, as you've outlined, there would be a requirement for an increase in the density over and above, which would trigger that section you mentioned, which is a 3 times the CAC versus the 1 time CAC number.
Okay, so I mean, so the nature of the OCP amendment's not related to density. So even though the CAC policy doesn't mention that, that's the inferred policy, that the OCP amendment would be specific to increased density, even though here they're coming back, amending and are asking for another rezoning for increased density.
But the density is still within the.
Still within the designation, is
That's
that
it, so,
correct?
yeah.
Okay, so can you, maybe Mr. Richardson, you can just send that to council, and maybe I'll consider something along this lines at third reading, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see no further discussion. I'm going to call the question on F1. Carries with Councillor Richter and Councillor Arneson opposed. Okay, we move on to G1. This is bylaws for first, second, and third reading. This is the Langley Fees and Charges Bylaw Amendment, bylaw number 5777. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Richter. Oh, hang on. There we go. Yeah,
shoot,
we get the
yeah.
pop every time.
I'm just wondering why these are happening now as opposed to when the budget is presented. So is this going to inflate our revenues for budget 2022 if we pass these now and it's not accounted for in
Backen.
budget 2022?
Your worship, it's going, I think, concurrently with the budget. That's what we're trying to do. So our budget numbers actually would forecast the traditional increases that we're seeing, which is really the rate of inflation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship to staff, I have a couple of questions. The first question actually has to do with, there was a reference to sports infrastructure, and I think one of the categories included some boxes that were going to be subject to, I'll call it a special levy, in order to consider their maintenance over time. So I've raised this issue before, and I'm wondering whether or not staff has considered, obviously it's not included in this report, but some kind of mechanism or levy that could be put towards all of our sports infrastructure so that we're creating a reserve over time. What I notice is that we continue to gain admission and funds, et cetera, but, without our ability necessarily, I'm not saying we're not raising revenue at the same time to address these issues, but our infrastructure costs are going up, especially as we're building out. So I wonder about that as a potential approach to looking at how we can help to defray some of these costs. So that's just a comment, and maybe I'll work on something later for that. I did have a question about the cemetery funding. The cemetery funding, to me, is something that I know is calculated very much on a user pay basis, and that we put money into a trust fund. I just wondered, we've had some recent correspondence and historical correspondence about green burials. So I'm wondering how, and if at all, this kind of increase comes into play with respect to providing that option in our community.
Mr. Backen.
Your worship, I guess the best way to describe it is it's still under review and study. There's some technicalities and legalities in terms of proceeding with the green burials and ensuring they meet the current health standards. So as a consequence, we're kind of following along with that process. We think that's going to be occurring, but until we have more information, we haven't tried to implement yet. It's just a bit premature.
Okay, thank you. And I have a final question. It's sort of arisen after a discussion with staff having to do with our dog park planning, and at which I discovered we don't really have a master plan for our dog parks. And I'm looking at that as an opportunity to say, what are we doing in terms of projecting what necessary usage there would be? I know we have a parks plan, and I know we've identified areas where there may be opportunities to have dogs off leash, but I sincerely think it's time to start, especially with our urbanization and the concentration of dogs in our communities, that we have a defined plan that we're going to fund to make sure that we have enough opportunities for people to take their pets. Because I do know, conversely, what happens is we have quite a time with people living in areas and turf fields where people take their dogs there, which we don't want, and have to put up objectionable signs saying, don't let your dog here. So I just think that that would be something that I would like to consider in the future as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll call the question on G1. It carries unanimously. Move on to G2, user pay utility rate bylaws for 2022, bylaw number 5778 and bylaw number 5779. Could I have a motion by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Davis. I see no discussion. I'm going to call the question on G2. Council Long. Oh. Council Woodward. Carries unanimously. Okay, we move on to bylaws for consideration at third reading. This is rezoning application number 100679. Bylaw number 5767 is Callaway REIT Langley Incorporated. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Council Long, seconder. Council Kunst. Any discussion? Council Richter.
Yeah,
Just hang on. Oh, yeah, you're there. Yeah, you're on. Oh, I'll get it back.
Oh.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, we got the pop.
yeah.
Come on with a bang.
Yeah, no kidding. I just want to make some comments here around the process that this council went through and that staff went through to support this council going through the process. In the extensive amount of public input that we obtained and was crafted into a policy and a procedure on how it is that we're going to handle these applications. And part of that policy said that the public did not want and was not in support of having these venues in high-profile locations where they're easily seen by all different age groups. And this particular location, in my mind, is a high-profile location. It's in the same strip mall as a what is it, Old Army? Old Navy youth clothing store. It's across from the Big Buy. It's next door really to Walmart. So the location is not appropriate in my mind because it is too high profile. The second thing is, and I've raised this question before and I still don't have an answer, we went through that very long process of determining 2 locations for cannabis retail in the township. We have received absolutely no follow-up information on supply and demand, that the demand is not being met by the supply that's already there. And I don't see how we can move forward with increasing the supply if we don't have any data on the demand. And we don't have any data on the demand. The third point has been made that this is a government facility, and that's very good for the provincial government, but it's also a facility that's located to help Langley City and Surrey City residents have access to cannabis retail when those 2 municipalities have decided not to proceed with offering cannabis opportunities in their communities. So with the lack of demand data, I guess is the word I'm looking for, as well as the location, as well as it's not been determined in my mind that Langley Township needs a 3rd venue at this point, I'm not willing to open the door again to approving another location. I think we're good with the 2 that we have until we have evidence that we're not good with it. So I'm not supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Woodward.
Yeah, this one, I've spent a fair bit of time thinking about this one. I've been, as everybody here knows, I've been very critical of the policy that's been governing these applications, and in the anti-business nature I've sort of seen in the process, having been a proponent myself, and but also see the other side of it too. That how do we govern cannabis, and at what point do I move on from the previous 19 that I felt got a bit of a rough ride. So in this one, I think I'm going to move on from that and I'm going to support this. So some of the challenges, of course, are that, well, one of the challenges being a councillor, I have to vote 100% in favor or 0%. A vote is yes or no. On this one, I'm 49-51, 51 in favor. And I would like to see no more cannabis applications this term. I think we've done a pretty reasonable job of trying to strike the right balance with 3, if this is approved, with 3 cannabis store locations throughout the township in different parts of the township. I get a little frustrated where we're trying to do, I think, find a right balance with cannabis while other municipalities simply say no. And I don't think that's reasonable. I don't think necessarily seeing 9 or 10 is reasonable either. So I think on this one, I'm gonna support it, given its location, very commercial location. Gonna support it because it is a government-run store, and I haven't supported the other two because of concerns about the process. But on this one, I'm gonna make an exception and I'm gonna support it. I do have one process question, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
I would like to consider a motion to have this be the last cannabis application we consider this term, and what format you might want to consider that. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I'll ask Mr. Backen. I know proponents or property owners, I guess, or residents can come forward to council with proposals. It's up to council if they wish to hear them, but I don't know if we can stop that, or what's the process? How would this work? It's almost like a moratorium, but I don't know if we can do that.
That's correct, Your Worship. There may be a solution, but the fundamental principle is anyone can make an application for anything at any time, and we have to process it. Of course, the process could lead to deferral or denial at the stage of consideration. In this case, there is at least one other application working its way through the system. The challenge would then be, can we defer that or delay that? As you reference, it would be theoretically possible to put a moratorium in place to allow us to bring forward a bylaw that would allow the change that we're anticipating. That would be challenging, I think, given the fact that we're not quite sure what that bylaw would look like, or whether it would be, I guess, confirming or doing something that would indicate that there's no more cannabis operations that should be permitted. The challenge with that is they're not permitted at the present time. They are all, I think, they are all precluded unless there's a rezoning that actually occurs, if you will, at site-specific zoning. So that would be the challenge. The easy solution, I think, would be to when the matter does come forward, if it does come forward, would be simply to defer it until there's a new council or until there's another triggering event that would meet the needs. Mr. Richardson, do you have a sense of the application that's out there in terms of its potential timing for preparedness for council's consideration?
Mr. Backen, probably in the next number of months, I would think. Certainly before council's break for the summer.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So Councilor Wood, I don't know if that helps. Maybe if it comes forward, then council can consider deferring it or other motions. But I'm concerned about not allowing proponents to apply to
Yeah,
council.
I don't think, and I agree with that sentiment. That's not the goal. The goal here is, I think, to say that 3 is at least in my position, is 3 is enough for the first couple of years of trying this, and seeing them open and getting feedback. I don't think the goal is a moratorium. I don't like that word. I'm not using that word. But some sort of postponement of further consideration of cannabis subject to a review of the policy, even if that's at CPC. Something like that, Mr. Backen, may work. Is that correct?
That's getting much closer, because really what we're saying is that it's really a policy statement that at the present time council considers that 3 applications would be sufficient for the township. However, that'll be further reviewed and considered at a future CPC meeting when more detailed information can be provided to council.
So my goal there, Mr. Mayor, is trying to say that, what I would like to sort of do is relate some sort of idea to approving this to the concept that we want to slow this down a little bit and have another CPC discussion about the policy before visiting additional locations. And I'd like to tie it to sort of my support of this application. If you're willing to take it today as sort of combined with this concept of considering this one, rather than a notice of motion, which I think is not necessary for something like that.
Okay, so I'll just give my explanation. Yep. This should be dealt with.
This stands alone,
stands alone, yeah. And with a motion, entertain a motion right after we've dealt with this motion. Okay, good, because I hate to tie those onto.
That's my. If you're willing to entertain that motion, I appreciate it. Yep.
Certainly.
Thank you.
It's up to council. Yep. Okay, Councilor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Well, it's an interesting conversation, one of many I'm sure we're going to have. I personally don't support this site for this application. When you look at the staff report, it clearly indicates it's in a regional commercial business zone park. I really wouldn't understand why we would want to support having a cannabis there. I understand people think that maybe it's better if you have something where you know, there's some visibility, but it's not too high profile. But I really just don't see that that's a very good siting. I also would like to remind council, we had very little opportunity to get any feedback at the public hearing, which I guess is fine. But I just want to remind council that we didn't get any of this wonderful windfall that was promised to everybody in the event that we were all euphoric that, you know, we got legalized cannabis and we were going to get something for it. So sadly, I think that ship has sailed. And I think in just encouraging this going forward, it means what leverage could we possibly have to get any money coming forward from that kind of proposition. So some people may think that that's not a fair critique, but I think it's a fair critique because I think that we were given an inducement to say that that might be some part of our consideration. And the other thing that I noticed about this application, which is dissimilar to our other applications, many of our other applications under a different process were offering, you know, things to the community, to advance the community for charitable contributions, etc. Well, this is a business operation that's run by the government that basically is like a liquor store with the same kind of model and mandate. So, you know, I just don't see that it's a good addition to our community. I'm not never saying never, but I just can't support this one.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This you know, whole process of cannabis retail has been challenging for us, as we've expressed at the council table before. You know, and I felt like the beginning process was going to always be a little bit murky at the beginning, and I think we've gone through that as a council and dealt with that as best we could. We now have a policy around cannabis retail, and you know, certainly the policy will continue to evolve and improve as time goes, but it's always a working policy. And for me, you know, it is true that some communities have decided not to have any cannabis retail, but there are other communities that have opened the doors, or I would say almost the floodgates, to allow many cannabis retail stores. So I think we have taken here in the township a very measured approach to cannabis retail. We have a population that is almost 150,000 people. I certainly don't know the number that use cannabis. I'm not one of them, but I don't know the number. But certainly there's a large population. We have 2 retail outlets currently. So for me, going to a third outlet, I don't think means that we now have opened the floodgates to cannabis retail. I think it still indicates a very measured approach. This would be our only government store, and so for that reason, I'm supportive. I'm supportive of the location of this one, as it fits our policy that it's not near schools or places where you know, younger children would tend to congregate. So I support this location. It'll always be a challenge for us as we work through cannabis retail, but we should look at each application on its own merits. And so this one to me fits the criteria, makes sense for us with a community of our size, and I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an application from the Liquor Control and Cannabis Regulations branch. That's what it's called. But anyway, I did hear a number of things during the long debate we had about cannabis locations throughout our community, and some people that didn't get a location were offering many things as well. I think that is one little thing we should not take into consideration when we're making a decision about a location of something. Basically, what are we going to get out of it? I actually have done my due diligence on this, as I'm sure other members of council have as well, including prior to the public hearing having a discussion with the applicant, and I was certainly impressed with the position they took, being a government operated, and that goes a bit further than perhaps others. I don't know, but I would like to think it does. And the professionalism. And plus, I visited the site several times, including today. I am convinced, and I think this will be my first one, I am convinced that this one makes sense. I don't want to look at my percentages either, yes or no. So on this particular one, I will be supporting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
I'm okay. I was just reading the letter from the liquor branch saying, of course, you know, all the profits from booze and pot and everything goes to wonderful programs. So I guess that's the quid pro quo that they're offering. And they're also talking about in-store promotions. But I was curious that, yeah, the other proponents did say they were going to give money. And I'm just wondering if we're going to follow up on that. So maybe that's a separate discussion. But staff should be following up on the promises that were made by the other two stores.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll call the question on H1. And it carries with Councillor Davis, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter opposed. Now, Councillor Woodward, did you want to wait till other business or want to do it now? Yeah, we'll do it under other business. Give it time to think about it. Okay, we'll get through these. All right, I1. It's bylaws bylaws for final adoption. I1 is drinking water conservation bylaw amendments. Bylaw number 5771, bylaw 5772. A motion, please. Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know this is housekeeping to keep us in alignment with Metro, but I can't help but identify the fact that we are really missing the boat in the Township of Langley with respect to water metering. It's a best management practice. Metro Vancouver as a region is really encouraging and supporting all local governments to mandate water conservation. And the only way to know what the appropriate price is for something is actually to have an accurate count. So when I look at this and I say, well, here's a flat rate, there's no inducement at all for people to actually save or conserve any water. So the more we go along in this process, I'm afraid that we are just getting ourselves into more of a trap where we say to ourselves in the future, well, now we have a crisis. Why did this happen? But if you don't take any regulatory action and incentivize people conserving water, then this is unfortunately what the result will be. I'm going to support the whole proposal, but I really think we ought to strongly get on board and make sure that particularly all of our urban environments, and just to remind everybody, I'm not talking about private wells, they wouldn't be covered by this, but we have to make sure that we are adequately monitoring our use so that we can help to protect and defray from future costs. Because Metro, whenever they talk about the cost of water, it's very much predicated on all sorts of infrastructure that it's going to cost to build a secondary supply once we run dry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we really thought the concept through, but I did want to ask staff about water meeting. And what my question, if I may, through the chair, is that under our policy, do we ask new developers to at least install the meters, both new development, commercial and industrial, if I may, through the chair?
Backen.
Your Worship, there's different categories in that. Commercial and industrial are treated different than residential. In residential, we have the chamber that's put into place, but the meter has not yet been put into place and dropped in because we don't have that program yet. For commercial and industrial, the regular program would be that they are metered and would be looked at because of they're measured on the flow. So.
Okay, and now my question, my next question is, this has been discussed by many non-meter communities, including Coquitlam and a few others. And I'm going to ask you a loaded question, do the best you can to answer. What would it cost the Township of Langley citizens to put a carte blanche metering program starting tomorrow, if I may, through the chair?
I don't know if we can have that cost, but there is certainly you brought up a good point. There is a huge cost in implementing this program.
Your Worship, if we were to go down that path, it would be about a calculation times the number of, I guess, chambers that are available to us times the number of units and the cost. It would be significant. It would be borne by the utility, but effectively people would be paying the cost of their own meter to have it installed. So it would be something that I think would be have to be cautiously implemented.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, my final comment, at least as much as the concept of, preserving water, as many of us that are on the water system do it anyway, I think to say to our community, we're going to, starting next year, implementing water meters, I think that is far-fetched to say the least. But I know perhaps others might have different opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on I-1. Carries unanimously. Moved on to I-2. This is Langley 2022-2026 5-year financial plan, bylaw, and development cost charge reserve fund expenditure bylaw, bylaw 5773, bylaw 5774. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Kuntz, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. And move on to minutes of committees. And Agriculture Advisory Economic Enhancement Committee of March 23rd and Tree Protection Advisory of March 29. Could I have a motion to receive? Councillor Davis, seconder. Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter. With a bang.
Sorry about that. I had a question with regards to page 9, which is the March 29th, 2022 Tree Protection Advisory Committee minutes. And it says here that the draft neighborhood plans contain policies in each neighborhood to establish a tree canopy cover of a minimum of 35% at full build-out and 38% at approximately 20 years following build-out. My question is, what is the current tree canopy coverage in Brookswood, Fernridge?
Mr. Backen?
And is 38 or 35 going to be enough to replace it?
Your worship, I don't think we know that at the moment. We'll have Mr. Richardson take that away and come back. I think that's probably the best bet with a memo or something of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah, is it possible for us to get that before the neighborhood plans land on council's table?
If that's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Sorry, further to Councillor Richter's question, I think that it would be helpful to delineate which urban area, well, there's the urban containment boundary, which is the only subject area that's being discussed with the canopy study. But on the other hand, yeah, there's a lot of land there that's likely treed and in the LR. So I think maybe the request should look at both of those, is my suggestion, just to get an accurate picture of what the current coverage is at this point, as well as the projections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on K1. And it carries unanimously. All right, down to the Mayor and Council report. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I know that there are those who are watching and those in the chambers. Thank you very much for attending. Actually, it's great. I think this is one of our first in-person where we're all here after the pandemic. So thank you, all members of council. It's been a challenging 2 years, and certainly good to be in the same room together again. I think we got to miss that. On March 29th, I co-chaired the Langley Healthy Community Partnership Committee, where we discussed opportunities to better utilize and promote BC211.ca and received updates from various committees such as the Langley Local Immigration Partnership, Langley Children's Committee, Langley Seniors in Action, and the Poverty Reduction Task Group. I and other members of council attended the Metro Vancouver Council of Councils meeting on April the 2nd. Topics of discussion included updates from committee and task force chairs and a presentation by TransLink regarding the Transport 2050 10-year priorities. On April the 4th, Acting Mayor Ferguson attended the Lower Fraser Valley Aboriginal Society's blessing ceremony for the grand opening of their Aboriginal Head Start Child Care Centre at Parkside Elementary in Aldergrove. I participated in an interview with Clay and Karen from JR Country on April the 7th, which aired this morning. It was fun reminiscing about Langley 20 years ago and how far we've come as a community. 20 years ago, approximately 90,000 people lived in the township. Now around 145,000 people live here. There was no Golden Ears Bridge, as the Albion Ferry was still in operation, and the 200th Street interchange was only 2 lanes, just to give a smattering of some of the changes in 20 years. April the 7th was the township's Volunteer Appreciation Awards evening at the Langley Event Centre. It was an intimate event, given that this was the township's first in-person event since the start of the pandemic. Congratulations to Sue Westaver for receiving the Eric Flowerdew Volunteer Award and Caleb Neely for winning the Pete Swenson Outstanding Community Youth Award. Every nominee was amazing, and we congratulate all of them. And I'm very impressed with our youth in our community. They are all outstanding. So April the 9th, we got a little bit busy. First, Councillor Arneson participated in the grand opening celebration for Specsavers in the Willowbrook Mall, wielding the big scissors. Excellent. Next, Acting Mayor Ferguson spoke at the Langley Fastball season opener at Knoll Booth. And and lastly, Councillor Kuntz, Township staff, and myself toured the John Vulcan Foundation's Bison and Water Buffalo Farm. While still under construction, the farm is working to become self-sustainable, growing fodder, vegetables, fruit, and of course bison and water buffalo. They also milk the water buffalo and are the only farm in North America milking them with a robotic milking machine. There you go, Councillor Davis. Oh yeah, Councillor Kuntz kissed the water buffalo. It's apparently a rite of passage there, and she took one for the team.
Like kissing Fred.
Many workers on the farm are students from the John Vulcan Foundation program, and they're learning job and life skills. They are an impressive group of individuals, and we're very fortunate to have them in this facility in our community. This is truly state-of-the-art, and I know we'll be looking at setting up another tour for those that could make it, hopefully when the weather gets warmer, but very impressive to see what's happening in our community. Also, yeah, just mentioned there was the invitation, I know, informally, I think, to members of council for the rugby group. I wasn't able to make it, but I know Councillor Woodward mentioned he was there, and hopefully some others were able to get by and see the rugby fields. So thank you for doing that. This morning, myself and other mayors from around the province participated in a virtual meeting and in person, some were in person downtown Vancouver, with Honourable Bill Blair and Minister Farnworth regarding the impacts of climate-related weather events on our communities and the progress we've made on recovery efforts. We also discussed ideas about how our governments can work together towards enhancing climate resilience in the years ahead. And one of the big topics that kept coming up from other mayors was diking and getting support from the province. And we also heard from the Minister, Mr. Farnworth, that the Premier had stated that turning the diking over to municipalities was a mistake, and they're looking at taking it back under provincial jurisdiction, which is very encouraging because I think Mayor Braun of Abbotsford is talking like over $2 billion to do the work that's needed to be done there along their dike. So very worthwhile discussion this morning, and I know it's really good. Hearts go out, my heart, and I know ours do, to some of the communities that were so hard hit, and they were there also. And small communities that don't have the resources but are facing huge recovery expenses. So with that, that's my mayor's report, and see anything from council to report. Councillor Richter.
Oh, I don't have anything to report, but I do have a question through you to staff. When is the Metro 2050 plan coming to council for discussion?
Mr. Richardson, no, it's out for public. We have public hearings now, and then at Metro, then it comes. Not sure the process.
Through your worship, yeah, it's staff's understanding it's going to public hearing, and then there'll be an update subsequent to that to council.
Okay, so our council isn't going to look at it until after the public hearing?
Well, I believe it gets forwarded to the municipalities. The process is the public hearing, then it comes back to the board, and then it goes to the municipalities, but I could be wrong on that.
But the municipalities each have to vote independently to accept
That's right,
it.
but we're not at that stage yet. We can get that information to be clear.
Your Worship, I think the best way to describe it as we understand it, the plan is draft till it gets the public information. It'll still be draft after that, but I think the process is they have a draft of the plan, they'll get public commentary, they'll then revise the plan, they'll likely take that to the board, then they'll send it to municipalities for consultation. That's when we'll have our chance to be consulted on it and then actually discuss and propose changes again, or if not, to make our position be known. So I don't know when that would exactly be, but likely later in April or in May, I'm guessing, depending upon the board's meeting schedule.
So I guess my question is, do we have issues that we want to take to the public hearing?
I believe we, as municipalities, have a separate input opportunity.
So the challenge is that we're not, as I understand it, directly controlling the public hearing process. So they are aware of our issues. They could then indicate to us that they have met those issues or have not met those issues. Then it would be incumbent on us to engage whatever process we thought was appropriate for our community, which I suppose could have a public hearing if we so chose to do so. But most likely, I think council would then articulate its objections as Surrey has done, and instead take the position that the plan needs modification or it wouldn't be accepted.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just to be clear, there are, when the last go around, I know Coquitlam had some objections, and there are processes in place. So it could be accepted by the municipality. However, there are processes if you're in dispute, that would carry on as a separate standalone concern. So then it would go through a dispute resolution. It's all provincial legislation, but I know a lot more information would need to come to this council, and certainly that will be coming. So thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that we have Metro Vancouver Liquid Waste coming up this Thursday and probably Wednesday, and we'll be studying the major projects that are going throughout the region. So that's important. And remember to take all your expired prescription to the pharmacy and not flush them down the drain. And my next thing is that we'll be meeting after one of my favorite events, which is Arbor Day, which we might want to announce. It's the 24th of April, and at 1 o'clock. I believe it's at the Arboretum this year, Mr. Mayor, and it's brilliant. We'll remember people that have passed away that have been quite a contribution to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I just hear some mumbling. Is it at the Arboretum this year?
Langley Meadows.
Langley Meadows. Yeah. Okay, it's at Langley Meadows, but thanks for that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. That's okay. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Just quickly, I just was on last Friday at the Climate Action Committee, Metro. It was a very interesting meeting. I think of particular interest was the fact that an on-table presentation discussed the potential expansion of the Tilbury liquid natural gas plant that would be there for 40 years, and the concern with respect to safety because it's going to be situated very near the aviation fuel depot. The other thing that we had on the go was the energy roadmap, which is going out for public engagement, as well as the environmental and ecosystem roadmap. And further to that, I was able to provide some further feedback, hopefully that will get integrated into the strategy with the language that in addition to watercourses and water bodies, it needs to include references to aquifers and groundwater. And also the Fraser Valley Regional Library has gone now back to hybrid versions, but also in-person individuals having pajama times and baby times. So just want to report that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor Frost?
Yes.
I've just actually heard that the location of the Arbor Day was actually changed to the Arboretum.
Oh, it is the Arboretum. There you go. One for Councillor Ferguson. Okay, thanks. Well, all right. Okay, we're going to move on to other business. And so I've got Councillor Richter, and then I've Councillor Arneson. And before I put you on, they're both similar. I think both could be referred to staff, but I'll let you go individually on each one. And just with that, bear that in mind. I think these could both be referred, almost in the same vein. So Councillor Richter, put you on. There you go.
Yeah,
we'll certainly know when your mic goes on.
I want to read this motion out because what was in the minutes, as I mentioned earlier, was not exactly what I thought I had put in, because I went back and checked my written notes. So I've written it out now. I should have handed it in the last time. I also want to just note that I think mine is significantly different than Councillor Arneson's. So I don't see referring them both to staff. Okay, my motion is that council asks staff to develop a park works policy that clearly states no significant development work will be commenced in township parks until a public open house on the proposed works is conducted and public feedback received by council.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Woodward seconds it.
Yeah.
Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that this is, it perhaps builds a little bit on what Councillor Arneson is proposing in her motion, in that we've got a master plan from 2002 that was never really approved by council. But it seems to me that when staff are going to undertake significant work in the parks, the public needs to be notified about that, and they need to have an opportunity to provide input on it. So I think this will, this particular motion that I've got here will prevent a repeat of what we saw with the old Yale Park, as well as what we were also seeing with the Williams Park staircase work that has gone on. So I'm putting this in as a mechanism going forward to make sure that we always keep the public informed, and I think that is what separates this particular motion from reviewing the 2002 master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Oh, thank you. I just would wonder if, not to make it too, I'm just worried about it being very cumbersome for staff. And I know exactly where it come from and why it's there. But I'm worried that, do we have anything in place that says what, and also maybe the word significant, what is significant? Like if maybe that's the first question. What would be maybe significant? And the second question through the staff, if I may, could you see this being a problem with running the maintenance of the park? And I know that I don't see that here, but maybe we don't see something we're not seeing.
Mr. Baca.
Your Worship, I think the direction would be to bring forth a policy that states no significant development work continues. So the key would there be the significant and then the development work, and trying to come to a middle ground that allows for the maintenance as was suggested, but not the infrastructure work. So it would need some further thought. I don't think we've given it, we haven't developed the policy yet, depending upon what happens with the motion, but I think it would have to come back to council and probably have some significant discussion on those 2 points in terms of our regular work plan and how those things are to be addressed, because it in some ways it's going to be very impactful to some neighbors that are adjacent to the proposed works, and to others there won't be a lot of concern. So that's going to be part of the challenge in focusing on the words significant and development.
Okay, yeah, I think that answers. I'm just like when we have an upgrade. So Milner Park, we paved the driveway and we put a new little playground and moved the tennis court. Should we have to go to council, or should we have to go to the public to say, hey, well, this is what we want? When to me that could be cumbersome. All of a sudden, I come down there with my flag and say, well, I want something else, and that can cause a lot of problems. I guess I'm being a little bit yeah. Okay, I'm just concerned about the unintended consequence here. It was absolutely targeted for tearing down the trees, but is it going to get in the way of making our parks better and costing us a lot more money? And you know what happens when you go to the public, everyone has their idea, which is good, got to do that. But I'm just worried that the significant word, how significant is it? Anyhow, okay.
Your Worship, the only guidance I guess we could give is we know in the situation of Old Yale Park and Williams Park what was significant in that we did have the proposed parking area, the roughly 1,000 square meters, enough for 27 stalls, and then as well the trail and the stairs that would have met the test of significance. So as we apply those criteria, then I think to what you referenced in Milner, I think that probably would have been significant. I mean, I haven't really thought about that, but that would seem to be significant because it certainly would be as impactful as the other two I've given the example of.
Mind you, maybe the Milner thing was council initiative. We said, let's do it and put it in the budget. But then if this goes in, then this could be you could stumble our feet on,
well, to clarify, this motion is about any such work. I think it's the next motion that exempts things from the that are part of the budget process. So this is the first notice of the first motion, number one. It's not dealing with the budget process or council projects. It's creating a policy that would operate in the circumstances of any significant development work.
I guess that would be good fences make good neighbors. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, thank you. Certainly appreciate where this has come from, and certainly the park by the Works Yard and the concern that that residents brought, and so we certainly don't want to see that again. But it feels the way that it's written here, it feels it's a bit of a blunt instrument for managing these types of situations. I can't think of maybe something in the park like that that's occurred, as much since I've been on council. So it's not, a regular event. So I'm certainly not opposed to the idea of reflecting and thinking about it. But I think for me, the way that it's written, I'd be more comfortable in having the opportunity for staff to reflect and think about that and bring it back to council to look at. I am concerned about the word significant development. I am concerned about the developing a policy that starts to impede the regular operations of our Parks and Rec department and the kinds of decisions they need to do to keep our parks not only safe but to improve them. And so I appreciate where it's come from, but I think it's not maybe where it needs to be, and I appreciate some staff input and discussion as a council before making a decision.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Well, the motion says to ask staff to prepare a policy, so I imagine it will come back to council, because if not, then we could refer it to staff. But I mean, it seems to me that's what the motion's saying, that staff would come up with a policy to determine what's substantial and what isn't. And if you just have a little open house here or somewhere each time something substantial is happening, I don't think that would be too onerous for staff to do. But does staff will be coming back with a policy, or do we need a referral, Your Worship?
No, Your Worship, the motion contemplates developing a policy that would, I think, have to define the word significant and development, because the direction's been given, no significant development without there being a public open house and public feedback opportunity. So our only challenge would be defining what is significant and development, and that's what we can't do at the table. We'd have to think about that in the context of some of the discussion we've had.
So should we refer it then?
It's the will of council. There's also the next motion. I just want to be clarified that the next motion is a bit different in that it actually exempts, or I think if I understand it correctly, does exempt those that are part of the budget process. So that may also warrant some further discussion if that's a sufficient reason.
Well, Your
to
Worship,
exempt
it seems to me the motion is actually asking for staff to come up with something. So let's just make it official by referring it to staff to do exactly that.
Okay, I'll go through the speakers list and come back to referral motion. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, thanks. I kind of, once in a while, I think we have conversations of what is the role of council. And one of the usual responses I hear is to set policy. And so, to me, I think, it kind of makes sense to look at a draft policy document to suggest that there be no significant development work to existing parks. I think that that's the intent here. That's how I see it, that if we have a park that's been established, people are using it, and they're used to seeing it a certain way day after day, year after year, and they suddenly come along and it's changed. I think that I would prefer to set policy that I look at a draft policy document, which I think I would suspect would only be a couple of pages. We have, I think it was, how many is it, Ms. Bauer? It was, sorry, Mr. Mayor, question, Mr. Bauer, it's like 600, was it, how many policies was it? It was a lot when you sent them all to me. Anyway, it's a lot. And, some of those, they're around for a long time, and some of them are obviously because of issues like this, they're long forgotten, but that, I think it prevents a repeat. And so I would like to see a draft policy document. I don't need to refer it to then get a discussion about maybe creating a draft policy document. I think it's going to be no more than a couple pages. I think everybody knows what precipitated it. I feel like significant, the right balance can be found. We kind of know significant when we see it. To me, creating a parking lot in a park is probably pretty significant. So I think we can just leave this to staff to come back with some thoughts and some ideas on how this happened and what would a policy document look like to say, in the future, council policy would be to at least put it online with some sort of online open house of some nature. Something like that can maybe be the right balance to find here. And I think that this motion is trying to find a solution to prevent this from happening again. So I don't see the need of a referral. I'd like to see a couple-page policy document and then debate it when it comes back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Well, as we said before, a park is a park, and it's pretty important to not just this community, any community, including regional parks as well. So I think this is a pretty clean motion, and I wouldn't like to see staff, dwell on something. It could be something straightforward. I think that right across the whole organization, I think folks understand the importance of parks, and if we do something in a park, I'm sure that we'll let people know and proceed accordingly. So I think that it makes sense to move forward with something. I know that the folks at the old Yale, they just wanted cease and desist and a few more trees planted, and no more activity in the area to cause a lot of turmoil, as we all know. But no one's perfect. Nobody's perfect. So let's move on and try to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on 01. Carries unanimously. All right, we'll go to Councillor Arneson. Councillor Arneson.
Thank you, Worship. And I realize and agree that there are similarities, but as Councillor Richter has pointed out, I don't know if this is a moot point to even discuss this motion now. However, I did want to, because I gave a lot of thought to this, I did want to give some context to what the motion actually says. And so I realize, as we all know, this was precipitated by having the park suddenly have some trees taken down and a big tape around it where the parking lot was going to go. I look at this and say, in the absence, and just to give an understanding of why I chose to put it in the Parks Master Plan, such as it is, I realize it's a very elderly document, and the fact is, according to Councillor Richter, I didn't know this, but that it was not adopted, but in any event, it's what we have. So to hang your hat on something, I decided that it might be a good idea just to have this memorialized in some way, even as a preamble. And the reason and the logic to me of all of this, to me, it's not about whether or not any kind of infrastructure can go somewhere. It's more an exercise to determine that the delegation of doing something like this needs to remain and reside in council. I understand many things get delegated to staff, and that's a good thing. I don't want to micromanage staff. I don't want to tell them how to do their job. But to me, parks are sacrosanct in the sense that they are paid for by taxpayers for the purpose of a park. And so I find it problematic that we would actually do something like that without gauging the public's temperature as to whether or not they thought this was a problem.
I think I forgot to get a seconder.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
I wish I could second my own motions. I'll just raise my other hand. Anyways, I won't take any of it back, but thank you. Yeah, I'm off on a rant. But so I'm not saying at this point that it's necessary or even that anybody wants to endorse this, but I do think it's important to consider, as Mr. Backen has pointed out, that in fact this motion does indicate that there are things that one normally anticipates in terms of what happens in a park. And I could only find a definition that was very vague about what we consider to be appropriate things in a park. So I'm just going to use a wild example and say, well, parks could have lots of things in them. They could have a Ferris wheel, they could have a pony ride, they could have all sorts of things. So I want to marry up the kind of park that we have. I want a park definition and also indicates what we should expect to see there, in the hopes that this will totally preclude any other kind of thing that is not in any way actually related to a park use. So the instance of parking, it wasn't so much, I think, that there was parking put in the park. It's that it wasn't parking for the park. It's parking for another purpose. So those are just my comments.
Great, thank you. Councilor Richter.
Yeah, I can see that the similarities between the two motions is that we had a problem that we have to fix, and we're both trying to fix it. I'm just thinking that a review of the parks master plan is perhaps something that's best left to the next council, because that's going to be a big job. It's going to be a big job for staff. It's going to be a big job for the public, and I think the next council needs to decide if this is a priority for them, and they may very well decide it is a priority. Certainly it's come out, the need to look at it as a result of this term, but I just think it's a little too late in this term to be looking at doing this kind of a review right now. So I would maybe, and I'll let everybody have a chance to speak, but maybe refer it to the next council, or defer it to the next council. Is it defer or refer?
If you wish to make that motion, there is no other
Nobody
speakers.
else? Okay, I'd like to refer this to the next council.
Is there a seconder? Councilor Woodward seconds it. So discussion on the referral. Councilor Long?
I'm confused if I'm looking at a different motion. I don't see anything here about a review to the master plan. It says to bring a policy amendment to the, which is basically the same thing as the previous motion, I think. That's what it says in the therefore. That's the action part.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't think we should be waiting. This should really be in conjunction with the previous motion, I think. That's why I would prefer to see it referred to staff to put in conjunction with the other motion that passed.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Woodward.
Yeah, I just wanted to, maybe Mr. Mayor, having a question through to staff. I just wanted to confirm, because I was confused here about a duly adopted Parks Master Plan, but I was under the impression we don't have an adopted Parks Master Plan.
Mr. Backen?
Going by recollection, I think the confusion exists between the Library Master Plan and the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The Library Master Plan was received, but I believe the Parks and Recreation Master Plan from 2002 was actually endorsed. The challenges with that have been since then, and that several attempts to deal with that have led to a process where I believe there's adopted council resolutions that as we go forward to revisit the plan, it should be done in segments. And I think there was 4 to 5 segments that were listed. So rather than having a comprehensive plan, we would have 4 or 5 pillars that would be comprising the total plan. But I'd have to go back and check the council resolutions on that, because it was something that was quite specific as to things such as trails, facilities, other elements. So that may be where there's a disconnect.
And just, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make, in terms of process that staff, if this were to be adopted or passed, what does staff do with that? Do we go and do an amendment to a document that's 20 years old, or does that beg the question of replacing the 20-year document like Ms. Councilor Richter has highlighted as a concern?
That may take further reflection, because this direction seems to be fairly concise to bring forward a policy amendment to the Parks Recreation Master Plan. Then it goes on to describe the purposes behind that. So I think we would have to revisit the plan as to the context, in the context of this policy statement, and then we would continue the work on the other pillars.
Yeah, so to me, another process question, is it easier to create a policy document by resolution, or would this be a master plan bylaw amendment to essentially get to something that we can just do by resolution?
Most of our plans are done by way of resolution. I can't say they all are. There are certain ones, for example, transportation, that might be by way of a bylaw. So.
Okay, so, I kind of think that's great that 2 members of council came forward wanting to solve this by slightly different mechanisms. I kind of feel like the intent or the process to set policy to ensure this doesn't repeat itself is satisfied by 01. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Arneson?
I just want to give a little bit of feedback. I concur actually with Councillor Long's comments. This wasn't meant to totally revisit the master plan, although I do think that that's necessary. This was a minor amendment to put some language in there to, I'll call it revitalize it or update it based on current information. And I would also point to the fact that we amend many old documents, not start from scratch, because if that weren't the case, then we wouldn't have OCPs that have a bunch of new developments that never fit with the, the original zoning requirements, for example. So these are living documents, and I don't see a reason why. I do have a question, though, about the difference between if something's been adopted, if it's adopted by practice, what would be the difference between that? Well, I know what the legal difference is, but if it's been just by virtue of practice for the last 20 years, seems to me it's more or less grandfathered as what our document is.
Do you mean by practice or policy? So practice is usually something that's more along the lines of an operational guideline, where it'll be staff doing things in a certain way because of history and historical that may fall within the gambit of overall policy or bylaws, but it would be done at a very little level and have very little weight in terms of making any changes. A policy document is something that's actually provided by council itself, that is actually usually very descriptive, but very perhaps not as comprehensive as some of the bylaws would actually be. So the policy document itself is usually where we have our plans reside, unless they are tied to other legislative interests, such as provincial regulations, definitions, highways, all those sorts of things. And then ultimately the bylaws themselves are very prescriptive. They don't have a lot of flexibility, so they generally state the specifics, and they become very difficult to move away from. So there's a brief rundown. In this case, this amendment, I think, is properly described as a policy amendment, because it does fit well within the history of the Parks and Rec master planning process.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I think pretty much the decision that was made by council on 01, I think, covers most of the immediate or short-term concerns that we have with regards to our parks, and that is talked about in 02. I think 02 does expand a little bit and refer to the master plan, Parks master plan, which staff could certainly consult with and look at in terms of bringing back a report to council on 01. I think that, so for me, on the short term or concerns about substantial work being done in a park without public input, I think that's covered in 01. However, I do think that the Parks Master Plan probably could use a review, and I do agree with Councillor Richter, it's probably best left to the next council. It is a 20-year-old document that states specifically in the document that it was good for 10 years. So we're about 10 years behind. We've almost doubled our population since that time. It's probably something to look at reviewing, but I think the extent of work on that is probably something that the next council should decide if that's something they want to engage in. So for the concern we have today, I think 01 does cover off what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. All right, so 02, I'm going to call the question on the referral. Deferral. That's right, it's deferral, sorry. That correct? Yeah, get that correct. Hang on. It carries. Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson opposed. All right, I'm going to go to Councillor Woodward. You had a motion from earlier.
Yeah, and I'm going to just, Mr. Mayor, if I might look for Mr. Backen to come up with something along the lines.
Oh, no, excuse me.
Point of order, please.
What's your point of order?
This is not on the agenda. This is a substantial proposal, and it should be coming as a notice of motion.
Okay, thank you. So I ruled way back and whatever it was that Councillor Woodward could bring this up in other business, and so Councillor Woodward has the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I presume Councillor Long's not challenging your ruling?
No.
Yeah,
no,
okay. So,
no.
So what I'd like to do then is, I think, I was supportive of the application that got approved tonight with the idea of a subsequent council discussion. And I think I would like to refer to CPC, council discussion regarding the cannabis retail policy prior to consideration by council of any future applications. So.
Okay, that's been moved. Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor Richter. I'm just going to clear the queue. Did anybody?
I think I spoke to it in the previous application.
Okay. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yeah, I certainly want to have that discussion at CPC and engage in the topic more. Maybe look at our policy and possible adjustments or revisions that we want to consider. I guess my concern is that we do have, we are aware, we've been told tonight that we do have an application that is in process, that is coming forward based on the policy that we currently have. And so, you know, to change possibly change the rules, or to tell them that we won't consider it now until they're through, I don't think is right. I think we should, if there's one application that is still coming, we know it's coming, that we should allow that one to come forward. Still continue our CPC discussion, no problem with that, but I think we should allow that one to come since it's well on its way and is following the policy as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, thank you. This is a good discussion. I think we had some good points made at the other application, the rate that was approved a few minutes ago. My question, if I may, through the chair to staff, either Mr. Backen or Mr. Richardson. Now, there is a application tonight, but it's not for public hearing. It's just at first and second reading. It's like, we used to call that report stage. Would that be correct? That would be at the report stage right now, first and second reading? And it's for, maybe Mr. Richardson, you can help me out with this. Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Ferguson, with the Callaway Reed item, it was on for third reading.
That one was passed.
Yeah, so
Correct.
the bylaws.
One that's on the agenda, I think, tonight.
What are you talking?
Is there not one agenda? Maybe I missed that.
No, this
I
evening.
was just following what Councillor Whitmarsh has
No,
just said.
there's no other, the first and second reading was on a development.
For clarity, your worship, there is one item earlier on the agenda that council granted third reading to. My comments with respect to that, as provided earlier, is there is one additional application in stream currently under process. It's in the Walnut Grove area and is anticipated to come to council relatively shortly, and probably the 1 to 2 month estimate would still hold, your worship.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Richardson. That was my own fault. Yeah, there has not something in front of us right now, the council, so we can still make a decision as a council. I just thought that it was something that we're going to be looking at soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I think try to be helpful here. I mean, can we get an update, Mr. Mayor, subject to the going to CPC, the current status of CPC, the next CPC meeting, and potential putting this one at the front of the line?
2023, I think, is the next CPC. Isn't it?
So there wouldn't. That may be your preference, Mr. Mayor, but.
Ms. Bauer? We got through the budget now, so now we can probably do one.
As we've concluded the budget, I would expect that Ms. Little would prefer that it was in May.
May, okay.
May.
Yep.
Okay, so May's a month from now. So is it early May or end of May? That might be material.
I have to confirm with the calendar, as May has a stat holiday, and that tends to change things around.
Right. Okay, so I think to speak to Councillor Whitmarsh's concern that somehow this is attempting to, I'll just infer, but I mean, he didn't actually say this, but this, maybe I want to address the thought that might be out there that this is attempting to say no or postpone the Walnut Grove application, which we've heard tonight is coming forward. I think we all know it's coming forward. We've all been contacted by the same lobbyists. So I think that what I'd like to do is actually help that group by having a longer discussion of the whole policy in context of Walnut Grove. I question a location in Walnut Grove based upon choosing the Willoughby location to be located basically right next to Walnut Grove. And I think that's a conversation that we should have as a policy conversation, not at a first and second reading of a specific application. And I think there is a difference. I'd like to talk a little bit more about after 3 years, 2 to 3 years of seeing this conversation. Is 3 or enough? Do we need more this time? Or can we wait a bit to see what the feedback is? Do we want a one in Walnut Grove now, as identified by the policy, when there is one basically in Walnut Grove by some people's definition? So is Carboth that part of the interchange part of Walnut Grove or not? So I think that's better to have at a CPC meeting rather than at a first and second in a public hearing type context. And I prefer to have it happen that way. And if we can have that conversation at the top of the line in May, then we could still potentially give some positive feedback to that Walnut Grove applicant, or we could also say that, you know, we don't want it. So I think that that would be a conversation that could happen at CPC. Mr. Mayor, I don't know the current list of CPC, I don't have it in front of me, whether it would impact other items to potentially amend this referral to place it at the top of the CPC list for consideration in May. I would make that amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So with, yeah, I think because there is within the next month or two one coming forward. So how many topics are on? I think we're down pretty low.
This would just be a second one, so
yeah, okay, we
could easily put this one
same day.
ahead.
You bet. All right, Councilor Kunst.
I was going to make an amendment, Mr. Mayor, to move it to the top of the list and have it discussed in May. So for someone to convene a CPC meeting in May.
We can just do that direction. Yeah.
I would kind of prefer it in the motion. I know, Mr. Mayor, it's
All right.
just direction, but I kind of prefer it in the motion, if that's okay.
Your worship, then we should pause and make sure we have agreed upon date in May because of the statutory holiday. So,
okay.
Take a moment.
It would be May 16th.
Okay, May 16th, and so the amendment would be to a CPC meeting on May 16th with this
item on the agenda at the first.
as number one.
Maybe the other item could also be
Yeah,
on the agenda.
we'll put at least two on, but
yeah.
as we've been doing. So.
This one would be discussed in May. That would be the intent.
So is there a seconder to that amendment? Councilor Davis? I'm just going to do a show of hands. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Councilor Arneson, Councilor Long, Councilor Kunst, Councilor Whitmarsh. Opposed? Okay, carries. So we're back to your
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
motion as amended. Okay, thanks. Councilor Kunst on the motion as amended. Yeah.
On the motion as amended. Okay, so I think I've been pretty clear on my position about cannabis retail. And so I don't support this. You know, this is a business. They go through a process that we spent so much time on initially, and you know, now we're seeing one-offs, which I think makes it a little bit easier for us to make decisions. The public can speak. We didn't get too much on this last one. I don't even think we got anybody saying that they didn't want this location. So, like, for me, I'm not going to support that. I think we need to move on and realize that cannabis retail is something that people are doing across Canada. We have in our, you know, industrial lands, we have people processing cannabis. You know, why not allow for people to actually sell it in a legal way to people in our township that want to use it and not have to go, you know, dial a dope or go down to, you know, whatever medicine place that they go to. So let's give this business an opportunity here in the township, but we don't need to say yes to everything. But if the public would like to see, you know, one in their community, let's allow for that to happen. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilor Long.
Well, if we're going to do anything, I think we should limit nail salons, because there's just way too many of them. So this is just not appropriate, I don't think, to be saying at this point when someone has an application in that we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that. We've already discussed that this has been a very difficult road for council to go down, so why create another opportunity where we're going to sit around and talk about it when we really don't know which way we want to head? When the application comes forward, each of us will make a decision, and if you want to defer it or vote it down, that's your business. But I don't think we should be sending a message to the development community or to the commercial community, whoever it is out there, that we're going to do this or not do that. It's just already kind of confusing. Everybody has a right to make an application, and the council has a right to approve it or deny it. So I don't think it should go to CPC. I don't think it should be considered, and it shouldn't even be on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Richter.
Okay, one of the concerns that I have and why I think it's good to take it to CPC is we went through 22 of these. We only approved 2. Are all 20 of these going to come back now? Because once we open that gate, then we've wiped away all the work that we'd done previously. So I just think that there's a precedent that this next one could be setting, because it's one that's coming back of the one that we did today is another one that came back, but in a different location. So I think we need to discuss the legal ramifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of us reviewing the cannabis policy cannabis retail policy. Fully supportive of doing that. I'm fully supportive of at some point in time having it go to CPC, but I'm not supportive of doing that while another application is in stream and telling them that we might change the rules, we might not, we don't know. Just hang on until we decide if we're going to change the rules or not. The rules and the policy has been the way it is. They've applied like a legitimate business, like any other business. It comes to council, and it's up to council to decide whether you want a cannabis retail there or not. We don't even know. I haven't even seen the application, so I certainly haven't made up my mind of what I'm thinking of. I just don't think we should be changing rules partway through. But I am very open to looking at the cannabis retail policy as we move forward, but I think the current one and currently in the stream should follow the current policy, and if we want to change it, then anyone subsequent to that will follow the new policy. So I won't be supporting it.
Councilor Woodward?
Yeah, so I think these comments are valuable. I think we're kind of proving why CPC discussion with, having more than 2 chances to speak would be useful to, I think, the proponent as well, because it's kind of descending down. Maybe some members don't know this. Kind of descending down into this strip mall owned by this person versus that strip mall owned by that person, and who's hired the best lobbyist. And it's I would prefer to take a bit of a step back and have a conversation that we actually voted down a proponent who followed the policy in the exact same strip mall as the Walnut Grove application that Councillor Whitmarsh is referring to. So now we're going to have another vote, which is really substantially identical to the previous applicant who got voted down, who also complied with the policy. So I'm back to my beginning here again, where the policy's a mess. It's anti-business. It's been really, really frustrating to see exactly this comment, that legitimate people with legitimate businesses who met the policy applied. 19 of them were voted down, Councillor Whitmarsh. And so for me, I think that this conversation would be valuable and try to, get some consensus versus the position to just vote how you want and they'll either be approved or not. I think we have a duty to the public to do better than that. Thanks.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, it's interesting. I do not actually know who owns what strip mall. So I don't vote accordingly to who owns strip malls and all that. I have a lot of reasons why I vote for things, and that's not one of them. So I, wanted to just clarify that. And, we did go through, 21 applications. We approved 2 of them. I voted for 5 of them, and that's fine. Now we've got 1 more. That's 3 in the township at the moment. I don't want to see 5 more. We said that we would have 1 in each community. We currently only have 2, so I'm open to, having that discussion. And if the public doesn't want it, they get to have their say. So I think we have some pretty clear guidelines in our policy. And I think staff did a really good job initially. The process really sucked because we had 21 people that wanted to apply. I don't see another 20 people wanting to, apply for cannabis retail, especially not at this rate. So anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, just through the chair, firstly, after, maybe perhaps to the clerk, after we voted for the REIT application, does that mean we officially have 3, or are there some other things the applicant has to do before they get approval?
They got 3rd reading, so they still have to come to 4th reading, and there's, there are some criteria.
2.5 right now, we don't really have.
Well, we don't have it approved, so once it comes for 4th reading, once they've fulfilled the criteria that council has now imposed on them.
So, yeah,
that has
so
to come.
2 and a bit, because they've got at least 3rd reading. Okay, so my point is, we do have, regarding any application report, we have first and second, that we have a public hearing, and I think all of us should take that into consideration prior to making any comments about whether we should have, more pizza stands or marijuana places. The reality is we have to go through a process, and doesn't matter where it's located or who's the owner, that we have a process. And it does sound like people are ready to move ahead with something that they haven't even gone through the process on. The Director of Planning has indicated that an application is in stream, but it could be a while before we see it. So I think it's important that we take our time and look at it at the CPC meeting and get our ducks in order and proceed accordingly. I also had one other comment. I think that Abbotsford only has 4 I think they're maybe a bigger municipality than us, or certainly land-wise for sure. And the city of Langley has none, so it's interesting. These are all interesting comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call a question. This is for to go to CPC. And it fails with Councillor Whitmarsh, Councillor Coons, Mayor Froese, Councillor Long, Councillor Arneson opposed. Okay, is there any other business? Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much. A couple of things. Number one, the public input on the Gateway project at ACUCC. When will this start?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can provide an update.
Yep.
We have engaged and retained the services of a consultant to help us with the public consultation. There's a project kickoff meeting tomorrow, after which the documentation will be disseminated to the public for input.
Okay, so it's going to start tomorrow then. That's great. Items distributed, Mr. Mayor. From March 31st, item number 8 on page 13 with regards to the George Preston Arena concession stand being opened earlier. Just wanted to check with staff if that has been dealt with.
Mr. Backen?
We think so, Your Worship. The complication was, if you want to get to the details, it was actually a playoff game, so the staff that were operating the concession were actually doing tickets at the time.
Okay. And item number 9 on page 14, same package, March 31st. Things being burnt with an outdoor burning other than branches. Is the fire department being able to monitor that at all?
That's correct. One of the requirements for the permit, it must be materials grown on site. We've had some, I guess, incursion of foreign materials on these, and they are very much on the lookout for them, especially by the color of the smoke that may be resulting.
Okay. Item number 10 on page 16, the vandalism that recently occurred in Steele Park. I noticed that staff did respond on April 7th. Item number 21 on page 80. I'm just inquiring now when the fence will be replaced.
Thank you. Through Your Worship, we had to complete a topographic survey to see the actual location of the fence, which side of the property was on. That survey is completed, and I'm waiting for a work plan from staff with schedule, after which we'll need to advise some of the nearby residents, the adjacent property owners, to coordinate the works.
Okay. And April 7th, items distributed, number 12 on page 62, the Fort Langley Pedestrian Plaza. Where exactly is this going, and where will the 6 to 9 parking spots be reallocated to? Has this been decided yet?
Thank you. Through Your Worship, to Councillor Richter. The exact location has not been decided. As outlined in the memo, it will be in consultation with the business community group, the business group and the Fort Langley Community Association on preferred location. Even if an even first step is to obtain support from them before we implement this low public plaza.
Okay. And that could create additional hardship on parking on the side streets then, if we're taking 6 to 9 stalls away. I just wanted to flag that. Will we be asking the public for any input on that?
Your Worship, our stakeholders right now is currently identified is the Fort Langley Community Association and the business community Fort Langley. I'm certain we'll flag it also for a regular public consultation as well after we first meet and obtain consensus support from the other 2 community groups.
Thank you. Item number 17 on page 71. Why did we convert the Willowbrook Fitness Center to an election headquarters?
That's the only space we have available at the moment, and because of our lagging, I guess, attendance in some of the facilities that we have, we just thought it was a natural progression to allow the election to proceed in an orderly fashion.
Oh, okay, but we've never had a large space like that for an election headquarters before, have we?
We've actually used other spaces in the building before, but we don't have those spaces at the time, so we have had similar spaces, just not in that location.
Okay. And will the fitness center revert back to being a fitness center after the election?
We maintained all the equipment and all of the infrastructure that we had previously, so it'll be available to us to return it to that use next cycle.
Okay. And item number 24 on page 85 concerning the sign discrepancy, where one business got a much larger sign than the business next door. Has that been resolved? And why did that happen?
It sounds like a sign bylaw issue. Mr. Richardson, do you have any background on that one?
Correct. We would have to follow up if council wants more information on that with a memo if needed.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm sure council will hear about it if one business thinks they've been unfairly treated. Moving now to April 11th, today's items on table, or items distributed. Item number 7 on page 22, concerning the riparian disturbance at 5016 272nd Street. Now, there was a memo on April 7th, number 8 on page 47, that said that there is no problem. But page 23 in today's items distributed said that the permits or the permissions expired in 2015. So I'm just wondering which is true.
To Councilor Richter, the information provided by staff is our currently understanding of the correct factual information.
Okay, and can that information then please be shared with the West Creek Awareness Group?
Certainly, Your Worship.
Okay. And item number 8 on page 28, with regards to the road heights on a road that was repaired or redone between Surrey and Langley. It seems to me that Surrey's pointing the finger at Langley, and we're now thinking it's the developer's responsibility. Is there any way we could coordinate with Surrey when Surrey is going to pave half the road that we do our half at the same time, so there isn't a public hazard?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we'll coordinate with the city of Surrey.
And also because this woman apparently was injured, will she be contacted?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other business? All right, I'm going to add, I have an item to add. So if no one's been paying any attention, I'm sure everyone has, it's an election year, and I wanted to formally let the community, council, and staff know that this fall I will not be seeking a 4th term. I've had an amazing 3 years as mayor, but I've said many times, I think we all have a best before date. I'm not sure when mine is, but I'm not going to take any chances. I'm looking forward to retirement. There's a lot of adventure waiting for me with places to explore and family to spend time with. My 11 years as mayor has been remarkable, rewarding, challenging, and a heck of a lot of fun. During those 11 years, I've met so many residents who love this committee through their volunteering to make Langley the best place. I've met many of you at community events like the Volunteer Appreciation Banquet, the Mayor's Gala, ribbon cuttings for new businesses, and an array of sporting events. I feel very fortunate to have had the opportunity to meet so many township residents and to have been part of these experiences. To my fellow councillors sitting here today, and to those from previous terms, I'd like to thank you all for what you've done for the community. And for those seeking re-election, all the best this fall. And thank you to staff who ensure that council is well prepared for this endeavor on a daily and often minute-by-minute basis. Your dedication and guidance is immeasurable. I know there's a lot more work to be done in this term, and I'm here to complete my term and work hard for our community as I've been doing. I look forward to that. But I just wanted to make sure that council heard it here first. Probably the worst kept secret ever in the township of Langley, but until you actually make the official announcement, it's still just a rumor. So guaranteed I'm not running again. I've enjoyed my 3 terms, and I look forward to spending time with my family. And I wish everyone the very best. I know we'll have a few more meetings to go, and I'll save, we'll all get a chance to have a little talk at the last meeting. Each member of council, I know, traditionally has a little bit of a speech on the reflections of the term, and I'll provide more more then. But for now, I just want to say thank you. And thank you. Yeah. So now I need a motion to resolve into special close for the items on the agenda and the on-table items. Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Arneson. I'm going to add an intergovernmental relations item. Is anybody else? Councillor Woodward? Personnel and legal, okay. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. And a motion to terminate. Termination! Councillor Davis moves it. Second, Councillor Whitmarsh. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. So, Ms. Bauer, are we going into Salmon River? Or can we just quickly, we can stay here and then we'll have dinner. Okay. Yeah, take,